Hello, everyone, and welcome to the June 2020 Patreon Ask Me Anything stream. Hi, how are you guys? I will take a second for the stream to start so I can read your chat. You're chatting, and I will get my questions ready here. Whew. I don't know why, but I feel like, well, I do know why. I feel like just existing in 2020 is very exhausting to me. It's very hard for me to accomplish like basic tasks. Do you guys feel that? Load more comments. We have 133 questions today. That is a lot. And we will be here well, it'll be more than 4 hours for sure. Okay, so we have an interesting change. Instead of drinking White Claw this week, I'm drinking Truly lemonade hard seltzer. So we'll have to see if that I don't know if that makes me better or worse at answering questions. This is really, if you think about it, it's science. Okay. Let's get that there. This lash is not quite right, is it? Let's just stop the stream. I'll come back in 30 minutes when I fix the lash. I mean, just kidding. These are my natural eyelashes. That's my favorite and my least favorite thing about men is that they don't know what makeup is, and so you can trick them. But also it's also a problem because, like, I don't know, I saw a tweet on my timeline this week that was like some guy like tweeting a picture of like Jenna Marbles without makeup this week and Jenna Marbles in a full face 10 years ago, and he was like, what is this trickery? How is this possible? And I guess in that moment I was very, very grateful that I never ever have to date a man again. I guess they're not all like this. But I guess it doesn't really matter from my perspective at this point. All right, let's see. Anthony Hodok says, "Hey Nat, what's your favorite alcohol? Love you vids as always. Stay safe." Thank you, Anthony. You too. My favorite alcohol. Well, I have to say I'm a big fan of sparkling wine. I will drink that any day of the week, whether it's a celebration or a morning or that was an MOUR. I don't really drink in the morning unless it's, you know, a weekend, and unless it's brunch, and I just think that it's just, I don't know, it's a very fun drink, and it's associated with celebrations. So, like, you know, why not celebrate? It's Tuesday evening, it's Wednesday afternoon, you know. Hey, how are you? Apri Jeffstein says, "Hey, what do you think about the weird dynamics between smaller and larger channels on YouTube / Twitch, etc.? Like, how come some complain that creators like you don't promote small channels, but like if you did, they would suddenly be exposed to like way too much, possibly harassment, etc." Well, I mean, I think people just like, one thing that you have to deal with if you are a public figure with a bunch of you know, subscribers and attention, is a lot of people are jealous and a lot of people want what you have, and that sucks because it sucks to be envied, and people resent you and they lash out and they expect you to fix things for them. And, you know, like, I understand it. Like, obviously it sucks that, you know, we don't have like, I mean, well, okay, some kinds of inequality suck, right? Like economic inequality, like, you know, we shouldn't have as wide an economic distribution as we have. It's horribly unjust. But I also think that, like, when it like, I don't know, do we need subscriber Marxism? Like, is it really like, is it really bad that some creators get more attention than others? I don't really think it is, and I don't feel a moral obligation to promote small channels. And there's a lot of there's a lot that comes with it, like you say, right? Like if I don't know, like I mean I don't do it like I will basically only mention another YouTube channel at this point unless I'm specifically citing a video in one of my videos, right? I don't use social media anymore basically at all, except for like shit posts. Like I think 2 days ago I tweeted I hate ContraPoints, right? Like that's what I use social media for now. Just like one shit post a week and nothing else, because social media is so horrible and so toxic and so awful, and I have so much negativity associated with it that I just avoid it. So yeah, I don't use it to promote small channels. I don't use it to promote big channels. I barely use it to promote myself at this point. So I don't know. Yeah, I do get a lot of people asking me, why don't you promote small channels like me? Well, I don't know. I guess I just don't care. And I'm a bad person. And I hate you, personally. Bits says collectivism or individualism. Well, preferably both. You know, I think that, you know, collectivism is great when it comes to things like, you know, the water supply. I don't need an individual water source, personally. I think it works with, like, healthcare. It works with, you know, sustaining the kind of networks that tie humanity together, communication, electricity, government. But I think that, you know, humans are individuals, and we kind of like it that way. Like, I think that we like to have our own little space, and society also needs to take into account like our desire to hoard our own personal trinkets. So I think, I don't know, even like I think even under communism, if communism was to be good, like actually good communism, would like have a lot of space in it for individual trinket hoarding, because I just think people are birds like that, you know. We like to have our little nests. We like to have our little shiny objects that we collect and that are ours and not anyone else's, right? So I think that's probably the best solution I can give to a complex, abstract philosophical question. And I think I did amazing, and I'm not going to doubt myself this stream because I love myself. I don't know what I'm doing. Jeffrey Skarsky says, do you think that our culture's enduring fascination with the trappings of aristocracy and royalty is a real impediment to change? Or is it possible that we create a society that approximates justice while still indulging it on some level? Would a child who grew up in a state of radical equality with others be likely to find a Disney princess appealing? Okay, so interesting, similar kind of question to the collectivism, individualism thing. My feeling is that even a communist baby would still want to be a Disney princess. And I think that's because, like, I don't know, you can try to, like, I mean, I think when I was a child, like, there's a certain kind of collectivism that is popular in American education, but it's not like communist collectivism, it's like nationalist collectivism, right? Like, when I was an elementary school student, we used to have this thing called Patriot Day once a year. I mean, like, every morning, like, you stand up and pledge allegiance to the flag, right? And once a year we'd have this thing called Patriot Day where everyone has to gather in the gym and we all sing songs about how we're Americans and how, you know, I always thought it was bullshit. I don't know. I always wanted to be a princess, and I don't know. I don't see that urge going away. People want to be special. People like to think of themselves as unique and special, you know? And I think that I think that's probably still true of people in communist countries. And I don't know. What else are you gonna want to be when you're a child if you don't have that? Like, I can't wait to be a worker. I don't know. Like, is there gonna be children's media like that? Like, it's like Cinderella, except her dream is to be at the factory 8 hours a day. Fuck no. You're still gonna want that class separate. You're still gonna fantasize about a prince. And I mean, think how long monarchy has been dead, and how badly we all still long to be royalty. You know, I don't know. Is abolishing capitalism gonna make us like monarchy less? Highly, highly, highly questionable. Maybe I'm wrong. Prove me wrong. Make communist children's literature that's wildly popular. I would love for you to prove me wrong. But I just don't think you can. I can't wait to be I can't wait to be a cog in the machine. Chris Bodley says, have you thought about revisiting the videos you took down? Like a Redux cut without the dysphoria? Well, yes, I have thought about it. In particular, I really want to remake the video that was called Debating the Alt-Right. It was a video about like a debate with a Nazi where the Nazi wins. And that's like the one video I'm like, oh, I really want to remake that. I don't know if I actually am going to do it though. And the other ones I probably won't, because I think that if I'm remaking old videos, that's time I'm not spending making new videos. And my sense is that most people would rather have new videos than remakes of old videos. And there's some topics that I probably do want to revisit, like free speech, for example. I really do want to make another video about free speech, but I want to make it like not just a remake of like my like old like 2016 or 2017 stuff on free speech, but like a video about free speech that like pertains to like more directly to like 2020 concerns, if that makes sense. So I probably will revisit some old topics. There's a chance that someday I will literally remake like that one specific old video, but I probably will not do a bunch of remakes. No. I think that to the extent that those topics are still relevant, I'd rather give them a new treatment with my new updated ideas. Because honestly, like also, I feel like a lot of my old content, like I don't necessarily even agree with it now, you know? Like a lot of my videos, old videos about gender, for example, I think I think my ideas about gender are much more mature than what I was saying 2 years ago or 3 years ago, because I have a lot more experience that I didn't have then. And so I think that the content that I would make now about a topic like gender, like it would be super different than what I said 3 years ago, you know? We're talking more than 3 years ago now, like 4 years ago. I think my opinions are actually kind of drastically different. Thank you, Chris. It's just choked to death on stream. Great. The big they them of the Mid-South says, hey Gorge, hope you're doing well. What's your favorite summer getaway? Beach, mountains, secluded underground lair in the middle of nowhere, etc. Much love and stay safe. My favorite summer okay, I do love the beach. I love the ocean from a distance. I don't go swimming in the ocean, but I love like the aesthetic of the ocean. I love the sound of it. And I mean, the mountains can be nice. I don't know. Basically, hot tubs. I like hot tubs. And if that hot tub is in some kind of scenic, natural environment, but be it seaside, be it mountains, fine, right? Like, but I'm not a big, I don't like roughing it, in case you guys didn't pick up on that. Like, I recently went to a birthday party, which was a camping trip, and we were sleeping in tents. So I slept one night in a tent, which I think you should be impressed that I made it one night. But I had to leave the second night. I couldn't do 2 nights in a row in a tent. That's just not my vibe. And I needed to get back to running water ASAP. So basically for me, a getaway is, I'm a very delicate creature, right? I have a very fragile constitution, and I civilization sustains me. I'm not someone who wants to get away from civilization because I can't exist without it, right? I'm like I don't know. I'm like I don't fantasize about like a post-apocalyptic scenarios like some people, because I don't want society to collapse. I want society to thrive because I am a creation of society. Right? I'm not a naturally existing creature. I'm like, you know, I don't know. I think that to me, a getaway is still very, very comfortably ensconced in civilization. So I guess to answer your question, hot tubs. Thank you, Theda. Bobby Kent says, do you like any K-pop songs? Or have any general thoughts on it? Also, sorry to be an awkward stand, but can you say hi to my little sister Mel? She's watched so many of your videos lately, and they've helped her learn so much. She'd love that. Thanks, Queen. Sure. Hi, Mel. Hope you're having a good day. Bobby put me up to this. I don't know you, but I'm sure you're doing great. Bobby, did I do it good? I guess I am. Okay. K-pop songs, or general thoughts about K-pop. Okay, I feel like getting into K-pop has been on my list for a long time. I have like a Spotify playlist of BTS, which I listened to a couple times. It's fine. I like it. I would not say I've like become like a huge fan or anything, but I'm sure that's just a matter of, exposure, right? When you learn a new genre of music, before you love a genre of music, you kind of have to become like very familiar with it. I just haven't really done that yet with K-pop, but I guess I should. Manuel Tuven says, when is the next video coming and what is it about? Well, I would say it's probably about 3 weeks. 3 weeks from release. And it's secrets. I don't disclose the topic until it's released. So I'm going to stubbornly remain coy about that. Thank you, Manuel. I've glanced at some of the later questions. I think like I will probably hint at the topic in answering some of those questions. So if you're super curious, keep watching. Alexandria Chloe says, hi Natalie, on Vosh's stream and previous live streams, I noticed you were unsure if you were a socialist or just a very progressive liberal. What has made it hard to attach to one label or another? It's clear you're anti-capitalist and have been increasingly radicalized over the years. Sorry if this question was loaded or phrased oddly. No, it makes perfect sense. Well, I guess I don't know. My approach to politics at this stage of my life is very pragmatic. So I don't base I don't know. I don't have an interest in labeling myself based on what I think like the ideal society looks like. I'm not really that interested in the ideal society. I'm interested in our society and how we can improve it. So I think that, this is why I would never call myself, I can't imagine calling myself a communist or an anarchist, because I just think like it's just like, what does that mean? Is there any chance that America is going to be communist or anarchist in my lifetime? Like, I don't think there's any chance of that. So it doesn't really interest me, because to me, politics is not a theoretical, like, I don't know, game. It's like a matter of the reality of our society. And so I think that should society be more socialist than it is? Absolutely it should. But I think that the likeliest way to achieve that is through electoral politics. but I also think, but which is not to also dismiss like that, like sometimes like things that are called direct action, protesting, boycotting, shutting things down, throwing the occasional brick. Sometimes these things can help things, can also do things. So I'm not saying you should only do electoral politics. You shouldn't. Like I think that the current protests are a good example of a situation where, like, actually just simply putting thousands of people in the streets, burning down a police precinct here and there, like actually is kind of the next logical step to address a problem that seems like everyone is determined to ignore otherwise. It calls attention to the issue. It catches the attention of the media. It creates a social media environment where not everyone is talking about this. And that is something that we cannot trust, say, Democratic politicians to do, because so politicians that, you know, they tend to be complacent, right? Politicians are complacent. They try to appeal to the center. They appeal to the average person. They try to placate the institutions, the big money that exists in this country that controls politics. And so you have to push politicians. You have to coerce them. You have to press them. You have to, if necessary, intimidate them to get them to be more progressive, because otherwise they're useless. So it's a combination of electing politicians who are likely to listen to progressive voices and not appeal primarily to like the reactionaries, and then also finding ways of pushing those politicians and pressuring those politicians to actually take, you know, the difficult issues seriously. Wow, I just said a lot of words about politics. These kind of, I don't know, I'm not a great improviser of arguments. These streams sort of force me to try to, I always feel like I'm bullshitting when I'm not working off a script, you know what I mean? I'm just like saying words. I hope the words I'm saying make sense. Wardrobe Case says, hey Gorge, do you have any fashion tips for a gay guy who is gay and yet seems to have no fashion sense? I hope being a gamer hasn't messed with your eye for fashion. Wow. It's come to this, ladies and gentlemen. A fag asking a dyke for fashion advice. Let that sink in. Jeez. Okay. Fashion tips for a gay guy. Well, I don't know, Wardrobe Case. Well, I feel like there's very few general fashion tips that I can give. What kind of gay are you? Are you fish? Are you trade? Are you a fitness Aries? Are you a she, her Capricorn? Like, I don't know. I feel like I need more data to answer this question. So I will give you more, I guess I'll give you a more philosophical answer to the question. Philosophical fashion tips. Okay, so I would say that the point of fashion is to express yourself, right? And in an aesthetic way. And there's not, no one else can tell you how to do that exactly, except for sort of specifics of a sort of aesthetic that you have. So I would say look at a lot of like, I don't know, look at fashion blogs, look at fashion magazines, look at Instagram accounts, look at the, I don't know, runway shows, look at all these kinds of things and see what appeals to you. What makes you think, oh, I want to be like that. I want to look like that. That feels like me. That feels like what I want to be. Like that, I would say, is like a way to begin with developing a more like deliberate aesthetic. And then from there, you can kind of look for the more specific advice, right? I don't know, like now I'm questioning my answer because I'm realizing that like that's kind of like how I got interested in like women's fashion, is by like just looking at a ton of images of it. But now that I think about it, doing that also probably has caused me to like have horrible body image and feel ugly all the time. So maybe don't do that. In fact, maybe don't care about fashion. Maybe run far away from it and never look at anything. And wow, someone asked me for fashion tips and now I'm just questioning my entire existence and having an existential crisis of self-image and just fully breaking down on stream. God help me. I'm doing very good. I'm doing so good. Yeah, florals. Wear florals. Someone in the chat said that. Sounds good to me. Problem solved. Time for more lemonade. What is this one? Black cherry lemonade. Reek Carter says, hey, how are you? Taking aesthetics into account, do you think that taking down statues, banning flags, and general blank pink rainbow washing of society is a genuinely good step, or just tokens that don't solve anything? God bless your day. Thank you, Bree. I think that it's basically good. I think that, like, no, obviously you don't end racism by taking down statues and flags, but I do think that it's sort of an important symbolic step. Like, it's like, there's a reason, right, why protesters are fixating on these things in the first place. And that reason, excuse me, is that, you know, how living in a city that has prominent Confederate monuments that were placed there by racists, or is it living in a state where the Confederate battle flag is on the state flag? It institutionalizes and formalizes an implicit support for the kind of racist heritage of these places, right? And so I do think that tearing this stuff down, like, it sends an important message, which is like, no, fuck tradition, fuck heritage. Like, this is simply a level of, you know, persisting respect for the institution of slavery and for racism and for white supremacy. And so I do think that, you know, I do think it's also something that's sort of accessible from a direct action perspective. It is in fact possible to tear down statues, and it's happened, right? So while you can't necessarily change the laws directly, you can just take the fucking statue down if you can get to it. So I think that, you know, no, of course this is not going to fix society. No, of course it's not going to end racism, but is it on the whole better to take this stuff down? I would argue that it is. And I think, you know, speaking aesthetically, most Confederate monuments do not really have any serious aesthetic value. That is, as far as I am aware of. I mean, honestly, the one that causes me to question this the most, actually, is in Charlottesville. There's that statue of Robert E. Lee, which was the statue that Richard Spencer and the Unite the Right rally rallied around to save, and that, you know, led to the murder of Heather Heyer. Well, that statue is currently completely covered in graffiti with BLM projected over the horse of Robert E. Lee. I think that actually should, I don't know, it's currently going to be taken down, but the way it currently exists, covered in graffiti with BLM superimposed over the horse, I think it's an incredibly good Black Lives Matter monument. and there's part of me that's like, well, let's just leave that up. Like, love that. Like, protect that monument. Protect the Black Lives Matter monument in Charlottesville. I mean, obviously, this is not really my, like, I don't know, I'm white, so it's not really my, I don't feel that I really get a say in this, but my hunch is that actually that's a pretty good monument. That it actually is pretty aesthetically powerful. This statue completely covered in Black Lives Matter graffiti and with the projections over it. I think it's actually a very powerful piece of political art. Okay. Dan Cole says, I'm a cis straight man, but I just plain feel more comfortable socializing with women. As such, I feel like lesbians are exactly the kind of my kind of people, because there won't be the same risk of romantic attachment. So if I make it down to brass tacks, how do I find lesbians who will be my friends and do things like play board games and go hiking with me? Uh, well, I don't know. You could I mean, I guess I'm trying to think. I think I actually had more lesbian friends before I transitioned than I do now. That's weird. I used to be a man who had a bunch of lesbian friends, and now I'm a woman who has a bunch of gay friends. I honestly, someone tell me, because I don't know. I need lesbian friends in Baltimore myself. I don't have any friends in this city that are gay women. All my friends in Baltimore are gay men. I don't know how this happened, but and it's fine. I love them, but I need lesbian friends too. So, I don't know. Yeah, friend Tinder. Someone create it. Ruby Callie says, "Hey, I hope all is good with you, and you have a good relaxed month. No question or anything, as it feels awkward asking a question and expecting you to answer it when you don't know me. Well, that's the whole premise of AMA is Gorge, but I understand your reticence. I also am an awkward weirdo, so we're the same." I'm doing okay. Thank you, Ruby. I hope you're doing good too, fellow awkward person. Hi. Okay, sorry. Natty Soltez says, "Hi Natalie, do you smoke weed?" Yeah. Evan Michael says, thank you, Natty. Evan Michael says, "Hi Natalie, in a lot of leftist circles, I've seen a very punitive view with regards to justice. Hoping killer cops are in prison for life, wanting pedophiles killed, etc. But this seems completely at odds with the goals of reforming our current criminal justice system and abolishing police and prisons. What are your thoughts? Do you think we should move toward a more restorative form of justice?" Well, funny you should mention that, Evan. Very funny you should mention that. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of thinking about exactly that question lately. And there might even be a video that sort of touches on that sometime in the future. But yes, I think I 100% agree with what you're saying, that I do think there's a massive amount of hypocrisy on the left, where in the abstract we talk about how we don't want a punitive justice system. We talk about how abolish prisons. We talk about abolish the police. We talk about, restorative justice. We talk about, but then on the other hand, like the minute we talk about, the people we don't like, we immediately snap into that vindictive, punitive thinking. So, yes, I think we're on the same page here. Gabriella Youngme, 69, says, "I'm really glad my generation has leftist revolutionary aspirations, but it worries me when they act like Dems and Republicans are the exact same thing, and that they won't bother to vote Biden. I almost feel gaslit sometimes, like I'm being counter-revolutionary. Like, am I being counter-revolutionary? Or do they just not appreciate how much Trump could harm trans rights, reproductive rights, DACA, etc.? Seems like ignoring this as collateral damage for the sake of revolution comes from a place of privilege," thoughts. So I think, I don't know, I feel like there's people with privilege and no privilege who are on both sides of this. And my personal view is that, wow, such a lady. My personal view is, this is thinking silence. Just let me have some thinking silence. My personal view is that I am going to vote for Joe Biden, but I'm not going to like it. And I fully expect to spend, if Joe Biden wins, I fully expect to spend the next 4 years protesting the president I voted for. So, I don't know, because here's my logic. Do I think that do I think like less horrible things will happen if Joe Biden is president? Yeah, I do. And so I think that I do feel an obligation to vote for him because I want, like, you know, I'm thinking about the Supreme Court. I'm thinking about not, you know, promoting grossly anti-trans legislation, for example. But do I expect Joe Biden to do the things that I want, like to make the changes I want to happen in this country? No, I do not. So I think that, you know, get Trump out by any means necessary. By any means necessary. And that may well involve more than an election, and we will see what it involves. But get him out by any means necessary. Get some milquetoast liberal like Joe Biden in there, and then push for, you know, more progressive. Push more progressive from there. These are my thoughts. Trevor Robertson says, "Hi Nat, hope you've been doing well. My question is, if someone is interested in doing what you do, what advice would you give them to get started?" Thank you, Trevor. Well, first of all, I would advise them to not do exactly what I do, but to do something slightly different. Because, okay, well, here's how art works. Everyone who has ever been an artist or a creator or an essayist or whatever has started doing that because they liked the work of someone who came before them and wanted to do something kind of like that. But in order to actually find a place for yourself and an audience and a reputation as an independent creator, you eventually have to do something different, right? So it's okay to start by imitating, but, you know, pretty soon you have to start subtly. You have to rebel against your own influences in some level. So I think that, yeah, make a couple videos just copying my videos, sure. And everyone will make fun of you for being a ContraPoints clone. And then you do a video that's like, it's, I don't know, it's somehow a ContraPoints video, but everything's backwards, and you're sort of insurrecting against your own mother. That's when it really starts, you know? So if you're influenced by me and you want to make it somewhere, at some point you have to turn against your own mother, because that's what being an artist involves. That might be way too philosophical. And when you actually, the advice you're actually looking for is that you should buy a good microphone before you buy a good camera, because people will tolerate shitty video, they won't tolerate shitty audio. So film a video on your phone and then get a microphone. Don't get a camera. That's my advice for a beginner. Okay. Thank you, Trevor. Anis Alhe says, or Anis LA says, "Hi Natalie, have you watched Disclosure on Netflix? What is your personal advice for writers writing trans women? What makes you personally uncomfortable reading or watching a trans feminine representation?" I have not watched Disclosure. Writers writing trans women. Well, I guess my advice, I'm going to assume based on this question that you are a cis person asking it, because otherwise I imagine that you wouldn't be asking me this. So my advice, if you are a cis person trying to write trans women, is honestly just write them like women, like any other woman, you know what I mean? Like, I think that if you try to get too deep into the psychology of gender dysphoria or what it's like to be a trans, like, I just don't know that it's gonna be very difficult to do that right. Is basically what I think. Like, what I would say is like, I don't know, show it to a few couple trans people and ask for feedback also. um I think that what makes me personally uncomfortable reading or watching trans feminine representation, I mean, the usual pitfall, I mean, there's so much representation that is so bad that I don't want to seem to be insulting your intelligence if I say things like, uh okay, like, you know, don't cast a man to play a trans woman. uh you know, or okay, what makes me uncomfortable reading or watching a trans feminine representation? Okay, if it's written by a cis person and the trans people are just constantly the victims of violence and don't really have character apart from that, um, I think I'm just thinking of examples of trans representation in media, and the only good ones I can think of are made by trans people themselves. So, but a lot of the ones made by cis people are so egregiously horrible that it's like, you know what I mean? Like, it's. I'm thinking of like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where the one like trans character is literally called the tranny in the show, and like the whole plot involves her being you know, with one of the main characters who thinks that everyone thinks is gay for a day. Like, I don't know. I'm or like SVU or whatever. Or like there's the occasional like dead transsexual. I don't know. Basically, gotta collaborate with a trans person is basically my advice. Rachel Domagalski says, "What shows are you currently watching?" Okay, so I watched Tiger King this month, which I know is like not a very original answer. Obviously, I'm in love with it. It's exactly my kind of trash. I'm obsessed. Lately, when I work out, I watch like this very silly game show called The Floor is Lava, which, I mean, I can't in good conscience recommend it, but if you feel like, I don't know, losing some brain cells for an hour, it's great. I don't know. I haven't been watching a whole lot of TV lately. I tend to watch YouTube more than I watch like TV shows, but those are just, I'm sorry, I'm just objectively giving you the last two shows I watched. Okay, Jamie Katnach says, "Hey Gord, I've been thinking a lot about gaslighting lately. Can one gaslight without intending to? The 1938 play the term comes from doesn't seem to indicate so, but usage determines meaning, right? Also, what about systemic racism as a kind of culture-wide gaslighting? Yes, this police behavior, this prison industrial complex is totally above board and not motivated by biases. Would you ever do a video on gaslighting, whether personal or beyond? Thanks." Well, okay. Can one gaslight without intending to? Oh, surely. I think, I don't know. I mean, gaslighting, it's I feel like the word gaslighting is so like overused in a lot in like social justice circles that it kind of just means like anytime anyone is telling you something you disagree with. But I do think that, like, I mean, the example you give is a pretty like of racism. That is a case where there pretty clearly is a lot of like gaslighting that is intended. Like, you know, there's a video, right, of police. Well, I guess actually this isn't a racial one, but there's that video of the police like pushing that old like white man to the ground and he's bleeding out of his ear and looks like he's gonna die. The police report said he tripped. And we know that the police do this on a regular basis. That they say that, or George Floyd, right? Oh, it was a medical complication. A medical complication, yeah, of you kneeling on his throat until he died. Like, so I would say that I mean, is that even gaslighting though, or is that just like straight up fucking lying? That should be considered perjury because it's essentially the police. Like, we just know that the police will fucking lie on on their reports. Like, they will just make up anything to make themselves look good. And yeah, this is kind of gaslighting. I mean, I'm sure, especially before the proliferation of these phone videos, I'm sure like black people in this country felt incredibly gaslit by, you know, them knowing that the police were murdering them, and then the police being like, she tripped and fell on a bullet, you know. Like, so can one gaslight without intending to? Yeah, probably. I think if I made a video about it, I would probably talk about sort of misuse of the term gaslighting as much as I would talk about examples of it. But it's not on my immediate radar of something I'm going to talk about. But obviously, it's like a very common term in the circles that I move in. Jonathan says, "Hey Nat, I'm super excited for your next video. I recently returned to work and I feel completely fucking exhausted. During quarantine, I basically went full anarchist, so returning back to work at big capitalism, I work for a huge retail conglomerate, has really made me feel uneasy. It's not like I'm some rich fuck. I literally do so much for the company, but I get paid near minimum wage. I want to climb the corporate ladder eventually and work in HR, but because of the reading and research I've done, everything feels like a sham. Any advice on rationalizing all of this?" Yeah, I mean, I know those feelings very well. And like, I guess when I was younger, I kind of thought like, I will let me do, like, I'll do anything to avoid working an office job. And that happens to have worked out well for me, but it easily could have not. And I mean, my personal viewpoint on this is that I don't think there's anything wrong with, like, you live in a capitalist society. Like, you need to live and work and make money because that's the country we live in, right? That's the world we live in. So, you know, is there anything wrong with working in HR? No. Like, it's not your personal job to end capitalism by boycotting work. Like, feed your family, you know? So I wouldn't really like beat yourself up about that too much, like, especially since, I don't know, if you are in a position of power, HR, there's a chance that you can use that power to do some good, right? Like, for example, try to promote within the company like more diverse hiring. Actually see if you can crack down on, I don't know, sexual harassment in the workplace or whatever. I don't know. I've never worked in a real job, so I don't know what I'm talking about. But this is just, I guess I feel like it's more a question of like what your personal taste. Like, can you personally stand it? More than it's like a moral question. If you can't personally stand it, well, then I guess you have to, I don't know, be a YouTuber or something. But if you're a YouTuber, people are also going to say you're a horrible person. Like, people say I'm a horrible person all the time, so there's no escaping it, is there? Thank you, Jonathan. Esther Josephine Trinidad says, San Pellegrino or Perrier? Also just wanted to say I love your vibe. Thank you. I would have to say San Pellegrino, but just because I like the word Pellegrino. It's just a pretty word. I don't know. I really feel like Italian is the best language. Like, everything Italians say just sounds like beautiful, beautiful music. And I really hate them for it. Because, like, if you ever listen to Italian people actually, like, speaking their language, it's just, like, it's like the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. It's disgusting. I wish I spoke Italian, because I'm actually, like, I'm like ethnically like largely Italian myself. I don't speak any of the actual language. These are dark eyes. See the dark eyes? That's from the Italian. How did I turn out so white? Well, the other part of my family is like very like English, Irish, Northern European, like Celtic. That's where the skin color comes from. But I have a couple of facial features: the dark eyebrows, the dark eyes. That's from the Italian side of my family. Okay. Daniel Bradley says, "Hi Natalie, hope you're well. I really felt that Bernie was the best candidate for trans issues. M4A, Medicare for all, ending homelessness, etc. Yet some of my favorite trans writers endorsed Elizabeth Warren. Julia Serrano, Bryn Tannehill. Why did you support Bernie over Warren? Thanks." Okay, well, I feel like most white liberal women over a certain age that I know all were supported Warren. And I didn't hate Warren. Like I at first I especially liked her a lot, but ultimately I thought that Bernie was more progressive. And I think that Warren never really convincingly said that she supported like Medicare for all, for example, or universal health care of any kind, really. So I supported Bernie simply because I thought he was more progressive. And but also I would have had Warren so many times over before Biden. Like, so this is not me being anti-Warren. Like, I would be pretty happy still if Warren was the nominee. But, well, here we are. Did someone in the chat seriously just ask, lol, if you're Italian, why are you white? I think I've explained it already. August de los Reyes says, "Happy Pride. Last month I asked about love and robots. Since you mentioned Turing, if part of intelligence is the process of asking and answering what is intelligence, then an advanced AI would certainly generate models to understand itself. Could we all be automata in a suitably complex model for an AI to understand gender, identity, and the self, among other things? Why or why not?" Wow, you're really asking me to solve the problems of identity in 60 seconds. Go. Okay, so could we all be automata in a suitably complex model for AI? Well, yes. I mean, I can't, like, again, this is like a hypothetical question about science fiction, and is it possible that there will come to be, or currently are, computer programs like far more sophisticated than anything we can currently imagine that are capable of sustaining conscious existence? In fact, perhaps are sustaining the whole life. Maybe we live in the Matrix. Maybe we are the Matrix. Maybe everything's the Matrix. Maybe this stream is the Matrix. Like, of course, yeah, that's possible. I can't disprove it. But it also doesn't really, I don't think about this kind of stuff very much because it's not really relevant. It kind of doesn't matter because, like, okay, think about this. If this is all the Matrix, what do we do? Well, we do nothing because it doesn't matter. It doesn't it doesn't matter one way or another. Like, this is the world that we're in, and there's no way to get out of it if it's maybe this is not even what you're asking. You're just asking if computers are capable of self-awareness, including understanding of gender identity and the self. Well, maybe. I don't know. I'm not really an expert in artificial intelligence, so I don't know if I can really give an intelligent answer to that. But I would say that what I'm saying is the Matrix is real, and take the red pill. Hey, how are you? I'm doing so good, I love myself. Okay, Rita Pace says, "Hi Natalie, did you notice that Blair White tried to insert herself in the Jeffree Star Shane Dawson drama?" I saw that Blair did a video about calling out Jeffree Star So I have not watched it because okay, no. I used to watch so much of I used to watch all her videos. The Bell is clicked. Like I used to watch her, and I used to watch Calvin, and I used to watch all those people. Rose of Dawn. But when I released Cringe, I kind of decided like this is my last. This is kind of my final statement about this content, and I'm not really interested in looking at this kind of content anymore. So I haven't been watching Blair's recent videos, and that includes that one. I probably will come back and watch it eventually, but I haven't watched it yet. Lee Marsh says, "Hey Natty." Wow, no one ever calls me Natty. How are things? Things are okay. I'm fine. It's not very convincing. Uh, I don't know. I'm okay. I'm just in a very weird like transitional part of my life, and so I just feel very like I feel I feel like I'm once again in this like state of identity questioning. So that's taking up a lot of my thought and my time. I really wish that I could become like a mature person who's not a total mess, but that seems like it's not going to happen for another couple years at least. So that's how things are. Okay. Thomas R. Johannesson says, Natalie, what do you think about the respective response videos from Rose of Dawn, Blair, and Calvin? Well, we just talked about this. Basically, okay, so I haven't watched any of them. And I do want to watch them eventually. I promise that I will. But I just haven't because I just don't feel like it. I'm doing very good. THO Norteal, or THO Northeal, or I think it's THO Norteal, says, what's your position on where a person should stand on a sliding scale between ideological purity and political pragmatism? Specifically for the upcoming election, do you feel that pinching their nose and voting for Biden is something that can reasonably be asked for from leftists? Also, what VP pick for Biden would you be the most comforted by? Yes, I do think that pinching our nose and voting for Biden is something that we should do. So yes to that. And what VP pick for Biden would I feel comforted by? Angela Davis. Realistically, I don't know, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren. Either of those would be good. But I know for sure that it's not going to be any of them. So I'm not expecting to be comforted. Let's put it that way. Luke Osborne says, hi Natalie, what are you looking for in your next apartment? More space, more sunlight, because this apartment is a dark cavern, and those are the two big things, I guess. Oh, a good bathtub. I need a good bathtub. Maybe to film in, maybe I just like baths, so I need a nice bathtub. Luke Osborne says, oh wait, I just did that one. Thanks, Luke. Fukoba with hair says, hi, you said that you like Yuja Wong in a previous stream, so I'm wondering what your thoughts are on her. What are your thoughts on her attire as an artistic choice? One of the things you can take from 20th century avant-garde music is that classical performances are not just about audio. It also involves interesting dynamics between performer and audience. After all, it makes some sense to attend a performance of 4 minutes and 33 seconds, but it makes no sense to listen to a recording of it. Also, I'm kind of obsessed with Yuja's performance of Prokofiev's second piano concerto. Okay, so for people who don't know who Yuja Wang is and don't know about classical piano, she's a virtuoso pianist who wears provocative uh, wardrobe decisions sometimes. What do I think about it? I support it. Period. I think that the classical music world is boring. It needs to be shocked. It needs to be challenged. I think that I would dress like that too if I had a body like that. I think that I think that there's only positives to be said about it. I think that I simp, basically. Did I say simp? I meant stan. Oops. Noah Bell says, hello again. Your streams are very enjoyable, and I hope you love doing them as much as we love watching. So I want to ask, what are your thoughts on aliens? Okay, aliens, like space aliens, like xenomorphs, or like just aliens in general. Well, take me away, basically. Get me out of here. Those are my thoughts. Like, comment, and subscribe. Aliens. Okay, so they're metaphors for like social problems, or they're the fear of the unknown. Aliens. They're, well, okay, so if I saw an alien, I don't know how to answer this question. What are my thoughts on aliens? I don't know, Gorge. I've never met an alien. I'll let you know my thoughts when I meet one. In the meantime, I don't know if I trust it. I don't know if I trust it. I don't know if I don't know. They're probably better than us. Like, how could it be? How much worse could it honestly be? If they managed to get here, they're doing a lot better than us. Like, I feel like, okay, here's some thoughts. Hold on. I've only said dumb things so far. I'm about to get ready for the galaxy brain takes. In human media that represents aliens, we tend to assume that the aliens are conquering imperialists. Well, that's just cosmic projection. We're just taking our own shitty society and assuming that that's how the other ones would be. Well, maybe not. Like, a society that's more advanced than us, like, might also be more morally advanced than us, and so maybe they wouldn't be imperialists. You know? Maybe we are alien. Maybe aliens are watching us. Maybe they live inside the Earth. Maybe they live inside the moon. You can't disprove it. We're all in the Matrix. What if reality is just on top of a giant turtle? Those are my thoughts. I'm doing extremely good. This is the best stream I've ever done. I'm doing amazing. Will Chen says, I love myself. Will Chen says, have you ever felt it's harder to talk succinctly after getting facial surgery? Wow. 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 The shade. I can't, honestly, I'm like stunned at the audacity. Stunned at the audacity. Also, I really liked your sober AMA last month. I hope you do another one. Yeah, I'll do this. I'll do the sober AMA someday. That was I remember last month, and I was very sober. I was less confident, but maybe I was better, or maybe I was worse. I don't know. I feel like I'm doing better now, but maybe that's just because I'm drinking. Grace McCain says, "Hi Contra, so I'm super in love with my pansexual best friend who just got engaged to her straight boyfriend." Oh no. As I enter into the second year of my transition into womanhood, what aspect of my glow up should I focus on to complete that one who got away look? P.S. My cat has started to purr when I play your videos. Maybe she relates to Tabby. Yeah, well, we all relate to Tabby. Okay, what aspect of your glow up? Again, it's like the fashion advice. It's a little bit difficult to give general glow up advice when I don't know you. I don't know your style. I don't know your aesthetic. I don't know where you're at. I haven't seen any pictures. I don't know where you are. I don't know your vibe. I don't know your goals. I don't know your life. I don't know your vision. But what I will say is that I don't know. Okay, you want to get revenge on your ex? Just expensive moisturizers, a new hair color, end capitalism, abolish the police, just maybe like learn how to shape your eyebrows like really like so that they look like Jesse Callaghan says, Callahan. Your readers are dying to know. I'm not sure what they're dying to know. So instead, I'd like to ask you if you've ever participated in the shaming of pineapple on pizza. Fuck no. I love pineapple on pizza because it's the pineapple and the ham, because the salt in the ham like complements the sweet and the pineapple and vice versa. Guys, last week I ordered a pepperoni and pineapple pizza. And I know that that's bad, but I did it anyway because I'm bad. And I thought it was honestly, it was like, I'm not going to apologize for it. Okay? I like what I like and I am who I am, and I respect my body is valid. My choices are valid. I'm pro pineapple. Fuck pineapple shaming. I'm tired of it. Lugnut92 says, "Hi Natalie, hope all is well. So question, are there any media, TV, movies, etc. you've gained a new appreciation for in the last few years? Or conversely, anything you used to enjoy but now it doesn't really fit for you? Thanks for everything." Okay, two parts to the question. Is there media that I appreciate that I didn't used to? Or stuff I used to enjoy but now I'm like over it? Okay, yes. What's new? What's new in my life? I feel like I like modern pop music better than I ever did before. Because you have to understand that I started high school in 2003. So when I was a teenager, it was like the worst era of popular music in like American history. Do you know what I'm like? I know some of you guys will probably disagree with that, but I'm just saying, like, the 90s had its moments, but the 2000s was mostly garbage. So I became a real snob, and I only liked old music. But then 2009 happened. What happened in 2009? Lady Gaga happened, and then the next decade was changed. But it took me a while to kind of catch up with it because I was so used to being like, modern music sucks, because I internalized that from when I was like 12. And so it took me a real while to realize, honestly, the turning point for that was in like 2016, because in 2016 like music got like really good again, and by the end of the decade, like, it got so good. like it's gotten so good in the last 2 years, like that. It's just it's like it's crazy to me that I can like turn on the top 40 station and be like, wow, this is a lot of good music. And so that's an interesting change for me. Okay, what did I used to like, but now I don't? Like everything. I'm trying to think of a specific example that I'm okay like publicly saying is bad. Okay, well, there's some stuff like, okay, there's stuff that I used to love like 10 years ago, and like, so okay, Stanley Kubrick movies. I used to think that was just the greatest, most profound shit when I was like a 22-year-old boy, and now I haven't even rewatched any of them in the last few years, but just using my own memory, looking back, I'm like, I hate it. This is like, yes, like there's wonderful shot composition and wonderful music and some beautiful images, but it's just so much like misogynistic bullshit that I just do not have room for in my life anymore. So that's the thing. Fuck Stanley Kubrick. That's my hot take. Yeah, I stand by that. I've given it 5 seconds of thought and I stand by it. And I'm not going to apologize for my opinions. Sabrina Strick says, "Hi Nat, I frequently come back to that Sean Fay quote about realness defined as a tragicomic disguise. Paris is Burning explains a surprising amount of recent history that is often ignored. Is there a story about how it influenced you the first time I saw it?" Okay, I first saw Paris is Burning, I think, about 2 years ago. And I think that it completely fascinated me. Like, I think that, well, it's difficult, right? Because I sort of recognize that, like, I mean, this movie is itself kind of controversial among Black, especially, but in general, queer people of color today, because it was directed by a white woman. And so some people have argued that, you know, and obviously a lot of white people are queer people are like fascinated by this, even though it's kind of like not really ours. So that's kind of a tension I feel around that movie. It's not mine, right? It's not my culture. It's not mine to take. But it also has like an undeniable power behind it. And I would say that I've kind of like philosophically been influenced by that movie, especially like what you say about the idea of like, well, the idea of like realness as a way of using presentation, right? Illusionism to elevate yourself from the margins, right? Like, I think that's something that's like really that really deeply sunk into me, and I think you can see it in a lot of videos I've done. I mean, obviously it's explicitly talked about in Opulence, but like, I do think that's how I think about, a lot of the time I think about gender presentation that way. Like, I don't know, some people probably are kind of like it's a little bit like of a take to be a trans person who talks about presentation as like illusionism. I mean, but like, look, I'm wearing false eyelashes. Like, that's illusionism, right? You're using appearances to kind of you're sort of almost trying to prove your reality and prove your validity through facsimile. that I don't know. That does that is how I think. I think I thought that way before I saw the movie, but that movie kind of really gave me a kind of vocabulary for thinking about what I was trying to do. Am I making sense? Yes, I'm doing amazing. This is the best stream I've ever done. I love myself. I really have to pee. I'll be right back. Hey guys, look, I got water. I'm being good. I'm being so good. Okay. The preening. Do I need to brush my hair again? I just wanted to look good. Why doesn't it look good? It's fine. Okay. Okay, where were we? We did Sabrina's tricks. Turn the music down. David Maniac says, "Hi Nat, my mother just cleared her second year of being cancer-free, so could you congratulate Dolores on the good news? Thanks. P.S. Check your DMs." Yes, congratulations, Dolores, on 2 years cancer free. That is incredible. It's outstanding. It's amazing. It's inspiring. It's groundbreaking. Honestly, it's everything. You're doing amazing. Um, yeah, I'm sorry. I haven't read my DMs in a while because okay, so I used to have an assistant and now I don't. So nothing gets done because I don't have, like, no one's checking my emails, for example. I'm not reading my emails. No one's reading my emails. So, um, yeah, I haven't had time. I'm busy with so many things. I haven't been checking DMs. I will really try to get around to it at some point. Um, because I know I should check them, but I need someone to help me. Can someone come work for me? I need help. Help! Why is this? I thought I need to change the color of this lighting. It's just not working for me anymore. Oh, I need to close the... Is that gonna work? What if we do that? I like that better. Don't you guys like that better? What about that? There it is. That's a sweet spot. Oh, wait, no. There. I think that's good. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I know it's kind of a paradox where I'm like, I can't answer my emails because I don't have an assistant. Also, I can't get an assistant because no, everyone who wants to be my assistant is emailing me, and I can't see their emails because I don't check them. It's really hard to be me. Stop touching your hair. Stop it. Lecturing myself in the third person. It's totally normal and sane. Nick Jovic-Sas, I'm definitely not pronouncing that right, but I'm sorry. Nick says, "Hey Natalie, I'm a queer Orthodox Christian theologian, and I want to do vids debunking anti-LGBTQ plus theology, but I want it to be appealing to non-religious people too. Most non-religious people believe Christianity is inherently queerphobic, which helps maintain the status quo and disempowers queer people of faith. That in mind, what are your tips for changing people's minds on an issue they think they know? P.S. I'm new here and I think your Juno Birch voice stunning, gorgeous, and iconic." I need to work on my Scouse accent. Is that what it is? Is that what Juno Birch's accent is? Is it a Scouse accent? I don't know. I don't know how England works. I think it's a Scouse accent. Okay. What are my tips for changing people's minds on an issue they think they know? Well, find a story, basically. Find a story that illustrates why the approach that you're trying to challenge is limited or why it fails. Like, I don't actually know that much about LGBTQ plus Christian theology. So if you're trying to bring on board here are queer people who feel that religion is sort of inherently opposed to them, well, you need a case study. You need a case study that shows why being anti-religion is not always the answer. And I think that if you can come up with something like that, that's a good way to open the conversation. And I can't tell you exactly what that could be because this is your issue and not mine. But if I were to be convinced of this, that's what would help me get on board. If I don't know. It sounds like what you need in this case is a story where it becomes clear how the anti-religious prejudice in LGBT spaces is harmful to certain queer people. Come up with that story, and I think That's how you introduce this topic. Jim Mack says, if you were a betting woman, what odds would you put on a Biden administration prosecuting any Trump officials? Relatedly, if all Trump officials do go scot-free, what's the odds that the next GOP president feels free to go full fash? Okay, if I were a betting woman, what odds would I put that a Biden administration prosecutes Trump officials? 0. I don't expect any kind of prosecution whatsoever. That's just me being honest about what I see, what I expect. What are the odds the next GOP president feels free to go full fash? I think the current GOP president feels free to go full fash. So I think the next one probably will too, unless things really change. Okay. Rui Wu says, of the world's countries, which one do you consider to most frequently do the right thing? That's a good question. Well, I feel like I sort of don't know enough about international politics to be able to answer that question intelligently. But if I were to give like a hunch-based answer, I would say maybe Sweden? I don't know. Maybe... What's the perfect country? Almost any answer to that question is super problematic. Iceland? Iceland. And I'm basing that on no knowledge. Except that Iceland has, you can eat whale meat in Iceland. That's an interesting choice that they make. I don't know if that's good. It's probably bad. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's just my American prejudice against whale meat. Savagely Sapphic says, it's a lot of S's. Hey Nat, happy Pride. Just wanted to ask, which are better, pancakes versus waffles? Also, your last video was amazing. Have a great day, Nat. Thank you, Nat. Okay. I would say that in general, I'm more of a pancake person, but in Baltimore, a good chicken and waffles is kind of it's a thing we do here. I love chicken and waffles. It's very good. Sean Patrick, James Kirby says, hi Natalie, years and years from now, when you are gone, what do you want to be remembered for? I guess I want to be remembered for being I don't know, having humanity. Just being a human being about issues that often turn people inhuman. I don't want to be remembered as a savior or any kind of shit like that. I think that's nonsense. But I don't know. I want to be remembered for trying to keep my humanity despite being on the internet where it's difficult to do that. Rep. Lucy Merriman says, I don't live in a big city, and now that we're 4 months into the COVID-19 crisis, plus with BLM protests and people getting hurt and arrested, my regional mutual aid group has collapsed. Part of it was drama and arguments, but it ultimately came down to there being way more people with immediate needs than people who were able and willing to meet those needs. It's made me feel helpless and depressed. I don't have immediate needs, but I'm also not in a position to help anyone else. Do you have any advice? Alternately, do you have any analysis as to why mutual aid groups sometimes work and sometimes don't? Do they work best in cities with a certain population density? LM. I don't know. So my honest answer is I don't know, because I've never been involved in a mutual aid group. But that said, I know that they do a lot of, especially with the COVID thing, they're doing a lot of vital things. And I am currently, well, I've been doing these live streams on my on my live stream channel lately, the Pokemon ones, and I have to give the next amount of money to, I want to split it between the ACLU and some mutual aid groups. So you should send me a tweet, like just tweet at me, don't try to DM. So tweet with your mutual aid group and a link to where I can give them money, and I will consider donating some money to that group, if that helps. Thank you, Lucy. Good luck. Alicia Crawford says, Nat, what do you think are the rules of engagement now when it comes to our drowning in bullshit from the right? Whether it's a racist family, devil's advocate, former classmates, or randos on Twitter, it's getting more apparent that we're getting stuck between getting dominated by a rhetorical aesthetic or letting BS slide. How do you think the every person leftist should handle this? Well, okay, so if we're talking about this on the level, if we're talking about this on the level of racist family, devil's advocate, Facebook friends, randos on Twitter, I don't know. I honestly don't know how helpful it is to get to like allow your emotional energy to be drained by these kinds of like petty encounters, because it can be extremely draining and time consuming, and I'm not sure that it actually does that much good. I guess where I kind of question it, where I kind of think, oh, maybe you do have to say something, is that I do think when people see this stuff being challenged and challenged well to whatever audience there is for that interaction, there's a kind of chance to sort of normalize racism or normalize anti-racism. And it definitely helps in those situations to normalize anti-racism. And I don't know. I guess the vague solution is try to improve your rhetorical aesthetic, which means, I mean, I would say in that case, like, you have to almost try to sort of emotionally distance yourself from it, because otherwise it's just going to like drain your life energy from you, and that doesn't help anyone. But I would say that if you can make a snappy reply to someone or link to more information so that you don't have to sit there arguing all day, like, if you can find a way to do it quickly, then it's worth doing. And especially if you can do it in a way that doesn't just appear that you're just a crazy SJW calling everyone racist. Like, I'm not saying that's an easy thing to do, but I will say also for the record that, like, I don't do that. I do not have petty arguments with people on Facebook. I never post on Facebook. I don't tweet. I just avoid social media altogether at this point. So in some ways, like, I'm not the right person to ask, because I don't engage in that type of way. I engage on YouTube by making video essays. That's what I do. And I stay away from everything else. So I won't judge you if you also decide to stay away from everything else. I think, I don't know, choose one area of your life where you feel that you can really bring it and actually like devote some energy to the causes that you believe in. But like, don't feel like you have to grind yourself into like this miserable state of exhaustion, constantly arguing with randos on the internet. I don't think that helps you. It doesn't help anyone else. Americanada says, hey, how are you? Your answers last month were insightful and illuminating. I'm glad. I'm surprised to hear it. Last month, Daniel Bradley asked a great question about the philosophy bro. Could you logically unpack some of your experience with or observations of this bro species? Is it simply that they want to wear their ideas like sports team merchandise? Do they want to win more than they want to learn? You're an intellectual inspiration. Stay hydrated. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Daniel. The philosophy bro. Well, I guess my experience is that bros who get into philosophy and act in the kind of way that I think you're implying tend to be people who, well, men who basically don't feel they have much stake in moral or political issues, but who kind of like arguing as a kind of game. And oftentimes they will, the argument game that they play is like the way that people play games on the internet. So they want to, it's about winning. Like you say, they want to own you with facts and logic. They want to dominate you. Wasted, fatality, critical hit. It's super effective. And they like, I don't know how negative I want to get about this. So I'll say that like when I was a philosophy student and grad student, I could not stand a lot of the like parties that I would go to, and it would be like 10 p.m. on a Friday night and I'm surrounded by drunk people talking about Hegel. God, I don't care. I don't care at all. That's what I would think. And I just wanted to, I don't know. I mean, to me, this stuff, like, it can be interesting, but the kind of person who seems to really enjoy the way they sound talking about it more than they actually are in talking about real things is really, really boring to me. So, can't stand it. Thank you, Daniel. Snowfell says, thanks for the behind the scenes video and the gaming videos. So what's up with your TeePublic thing? Should I feel bad about ordering stuff with your face on it from there or not? Because I wore the This Cat Kills Fascists tag to a BLM march and got compliments. I have tried. I have told, do I still have a TeePublic page? I have told them to delete it. I've told TeePublic to delete it, and they've told me that they did, but I still get a few $100s from them, it seems, every few months. So is it still there? I don't know. I think most of the money goes to the artist, so most of it is going to Scotch, I think is the designer of that one. And I don't know. I don't have, like, I'm fine with it. Like, I like Scotch. I haven't talked to him in a while. I'm fine with him getting money doing fan art of me. But I don't really have official merch at this point. Like, I had, as I've previously said, there was someone who was working for me who was designing merch, but that person no longer works for me. So I don't have any plans to release new merch in the future. But maybe someday I will. So those are my thoughts. Jessica S says, hi Natalie. I don't have any questions this time, but thank you for the Pokemon streams. They were very fun to watch. Drink some water and stay gorgeous. Thanks, Jessica. Thanks, Jessica. I will drink water because you said so. I brought the water out just so I could drink it whenever people tell me to. Alejandra Herrera says, in light of over a month of spontaneous nationwide mass uprisings, leading to the abolition of police in our lifetimes being very possible instead of a far-off goal, have you reconsidered your opinion that a revolution is possible? Even if this current uprising doesn't lead to a revolution, the cat's out of the bag now that it's shown we can beat back and win against the police. To paraphrase Lenin, there are decades where we fuck around and weeks where we find out. Yeah, I would say that it has changed my opinion a little bit. I actually do think that it's more possible. Like, I guess I always used to kind of dismiss the idea of an uprising against the government as being this, like, crackpot right-wing fantasy of, like, Waco or whatever. But I don't know. I also increasingly imagine situations where it would be necessary. And I think that, like, suppose Trump doesn't step down. Yeah, we have an obligation to remove him from the White House. And I would hope that the people in the military uphold their duties to the Constitution by removing him. But if that doesn't work, then a few thousand people just have to storm the White House, and a bunch of people will have to die. But I feel like we can probably get him. So, yeah. There's a lot of videos on Twitter going around of, like, how to build shields, how to, like, throw tear gas back at the police, how to basically generally do sort of urban warfare against the police. So we all should probably be watching that just in case it comes to that. I hope it doesn't, but it might. And I think that the realistic perspective at this point is it might come to that. It might come to that, where there needs to be a revolution against the government. And wow, I sound like a crazy person. At least, I don't know, this sounded crazy. It sounded crazy like 5 years ago. It doesn't sound crazy to me anymore. Like, I think the president of the United States is a fascist. I think he is. I don't think he believes in democracy. I don't think that there's any reason that he would. There's no principled reason not to step down if he loses an election. So I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen. Maybe we'll have, like, a kind of Putin situation in 10 years, and this country just won't really be a democracy anymore. That's possible too. I never used to think any of this stuff, by the way. These are, like, new thoughts of mine. I always used to be like, no, that's crazy. Of course it's impossible to overthrow the government. Why would you want to? I never ever thought that I would be saying the things that I'm saying right now. But here we are. Okay. Kyle Fimano says, hey, as a trans person, does Drag Race ever make you uncomfortable and trigger your dysphoria? It's really hard for me to watch as a fellow trans. No, it doesn't. Like, I understand why it might for some people, but I don't know. I'm just not really triggered by drag queens. I don't know what. I mean, there's, like, certain other things that totally trigger me, but for some reason, drag queens don't. So, Yeah, I don't know if I have a good explanation of why that is, but I will say that um, what triggers me is like super masculine trans women more than like drag queens. And I know that's not good and I shouldn't have any feelings about it, but that's just my emotional state. Like, I don't know, I think masculine trans women are valid. I think drag queens are valid. And different trans people are triggered by different things. That's just what bothers me. Drag queens don't bother me. And I don't think that's any more or less valid than having it flipped. Why was I talking? I was like ranting totally crazy person thoughts like 5 minutes ago. Being like, we need to we need to overthrow the government. Like a crazy person. I don't know. I've tried really hard not to be a crazy person, but I just feel like I've kind of been pushed over the edge by this administration and by Trump's tweeting unlimited power in all caps or whatever. It's kind of made me think that maybe he doesn't entirely value democracy as an institution. So it's you know, it's God, it just wears you down. Like I just feel like Donald Trump's tweets have probably like shortened my lifespan by like a year. It's stressful to live in a country where you just don't believe that you have any control and you feel like it's been taken over by anti-democratic authoritarians. Like Emperor Palpatine. He sounds like Emperor Palpatine. Like, honestly, I would expect an actual dictator to be less cartoonishly villainous than this. I don't know, it makes me sad. Babs Sock says, sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Is there a particular aesthetic you really don't like? For example, the live, laugh, love aesthetic, grunge fashion, etc. I guess I feel like most aesthetic styles I'm sort of able to appreciate. Like, most of them, of course, I don't identify with, but I sort of like appreciate them for what they are, for the people who that do identify with them. Is there anything I just genuinely am like, I just can't stand it? I'm trying to think. I guess I really hated like the hipster aesthetic of like 10 years ago. Like just like this shitty bicycles and just like dressing bad on purpose because lol. Like I just hated it. It just, to me, it represented like it's just a fundamental insecurity about style that it was just a glorification of insecurity to me. Like, ugh, I don't actually want to try and I'm scared to try, so I'm just gonna be ugly on purpose. I don't know. I just hated that approach. That doesn't seem to be as a thing as it used to be. Anne Boyle-In says, hey Natalie, after coming out, my financial situation isn't great, so I'm dropping my Patreon to $1. I'll miss asking direct questions. Take a fucking sip, babe. Oh, thank you, Anne. Well, you will always be immortalized for your suggestion that I take a fucking sip. And I wish you the best. If you ever have more money, I hope you come back and make more suggestions. And if not, I appreciate the $1 a month. You're very kind. Good luck with everything. Tamila Peranovic says, hey Nat, I hope you're keeping well. Let's say you could be given the answers to one unsolved mystery. Which would you choose? Ooh. Unsolved mysteries. Let me think. Is there one that really drives me crazy? The first one that comes to mind is knowing who the Zodiac killer is. because I don't know. I'm a serial killer person. You know, I'm a serial killer guy. You know how like I'm one of these people who like I've gotten very into like true crime at a lot of times in my life because I don't think it necessarily comes from edginess so much as just like morbid gawking. I don't know why I'm like this, but I just like coping with my fear of death and so on by like consuming like serial killer media. And so I know a lot about the Zodiac killer, and the mystery is very enticing to me. I feel like that's a shitty answer when I could be like, I would want to know the secret to immortality. or like, I mean, that would be good too. Not immortality so much as eternal youth. The secret to eternal youth. That's what I would choose. That's like unironically. But that's just a thing I want. Not a thing I want to know, but a thing I want to have. Okay, Paul 1 million says, hi Natalie. Okay, this is a very long question, so I'm gonna take I'm gonna glance through here for the question. Is there a question here? Am I a Luna stan? Oh my gosh. Is there a question? This is a giant paragraph and the only question is, am I a Luna stan? Well, no. I guess I need to be. Because everyone keeps asking me this. Is this K? Yeah, it's K-pop. Okay, I need to become a K-pop stan, apparently. That's the lesson that we've learned from this stream. And from pretty much every stream I've done for the last year. I think that's your only question. You're withdrawing from politics. Yeah, that's fair. Look at me, I haven't withdrawn and now I'm a crazy person jabbering about the revolution. Look, don't be like me. Okay, Via Aldunate says, another patron's question below made me change mine. I see the root of the transphobic malice associated with gender-critical spaces as the radicalized frustrations of women who are punished for interrogating the socio-political complexities of transition. Andrew Long Chu gets criticized for saying that trans women experience male privilege prior to their transition. For example, I'm comfortable talking about my male brain TM as a potential trans woman, but many trans women aren't. How do we be honest even if the truth is irresponsible to share? Okay, well, let me tell you my personal thoughts. I'm not concerned about male brains. That's not something that I really find very compelling. I do, however, think that the question of socialization as your birth gender is a lot more difficult and complicated than most trans people in public will let on. And let me say that I find that the gender critical people, I think it's, the hatred I see for TERFs, I think it's much more than just punishing women for questioning the complexities of transition. I think that most gender critical people I've experienced actually have a deep disgust and loathing and hatred of trans people lurking beneath this facade of concerns. Now, that said, if you look at that facade of concerns, are some of those concerns philosophically interesting and politically relevant, perhaps? Yes. So some of the things that TERFs say, and I'm sure we can agree or disagree on which of those things they are, some things that TERFs say are true. Some questions TERFs ask are worth answering. Some puzzles TERFs pose are very much worth thinking about. And I do share your frustration with the impossibility of really having an honest version of this conversation within a lot of trans spaces, right? And I think that your example of like male privilege prior to transition is a good example, because I think that I absolutely experienced male privilege before my transition. And I think that if, as a assigned male at birth trans person, you never interrogate your male upbringing, you're being irresponsible and you're sort of lying to yourself about the life that you've, you know what I mean? I don't know. I think that I think that I think that these questions are more difficult than a lot of trans people will represent them as being. And a lot of trans people are not comfortable engaging with this in an honest way. But I also think that it's very difficult to do so. And part of that has to do with the fact that the people who've chosen to pose these questions in public are largely people calling themselves gender critical feminists, and people who are incredibly bad faith arguers, people whose political goal is to remove trans people from public space, to publicly establish the illegitimacy of trans people, removing trans women from women's bathrooms, for example, which is basically tantamount to removing trans women from public life. And I think that this conversation will be more possible once gender critical feminism and its associated ideology is like not taken very seriously anymore. So yeah, I mean, do a lot of trans women say very cringy things that I think exhibit a total lack of interrogation of their own socialization, for example. 100%. I wish there was a way to have this conversation without capitulating to TERFism. I don't know how to do that. And I don't think it's possible to do that in the next few years. And it's one reason why I've completely given up on the idea of discussing gender on YouTube for the time being. I don't think it's possible to have an honest conversation about gender in the year 2020 in public. And maybe that sounds like a right-winger or TERF talking point, but I believe it's true. Eli Yerman says, "Hey Nat, when you write your scripts, do you plan out shots and break up your lines accordingly? Or do you write a big monologue and figure out cuts as you film/edit? Would love to see more of the writing process and future behind the scenes stuff. Love you always." Yeah, so I can probably try to show you more of that in the next behind the scenes video. What I do when I film, okay, so basically, let me just find a script and I get it up on my phone because I use my phone when I'm filming. I'm just doing the behind the scenes right now. So what I will do, come on. Okay. No. So I'll have a script on my phone. And it looks like this. There we go. And so basically it'll be divided into like these one-line fragments. And I will memorize one at a time and read them to the camera. And then jump cut edit it together. So, yeah. I'll try to show, I don't know, maybe my next behind the scenes video I'll like just like straight up like show the entire script on camera or something just so you can see what it looks like. But thanks for the suggestion. Tracy Davis says, "Hi, if you were granted the ability to bring one archaic bit of slang back into modern colloquial usage, what would you choose? Stay groovy forever. Love ya." Groovy is a fun one. That would not be far from the top of the list. Oh. I'm trying to think of a really great one. I like peace. I guess people do still say peace, but like peace as a greeting or as a goodbye. I just think like all that. I think that aspect of like hippie dialect. I just find that very relaxing and sweet. You're making me think about the hippie vocabulary. I like a lot of hippie vocabulary. Far out, man. It's just fun. Okay. Oh, it's this one. You don't get a thank you, babe. Says, "Now where could my pipe be?" That's really the question, isn't it? The metaphysical question, the pataphysical question, the spiritual core of this entire issue, don't you think? Cole says, "I keep getting roped into political discussions at work in rural-ass Pennsylvania. I'm trying to respectfully explain the leftist perspective to my coworkers when it comes up, but they all seem bent on believing that privilege doesn't exist and our country is 100% a meritocracy. It's exhausting, and I'm not getting anywhere with them. Do you have any advice?" Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, I think people tend to think that I'm like a great arguer because my video essays are convincing to people. It's just different trying to have a conversation one-on-one with someone. And I don't have like a workplace where I have to argue with coworkers, but I will say that it's a pretty common experience of mine where I'll be in Baltimore and it's like this has happened a lot with like Uber drivers or cab drivers. Like I'll have a white driver who tries to bond with me over racism. And that situation set makes me feel some obligation to, at the least, signal that I don't agree. So, at the same time, I will say that I have never felt that I was making any progress in that kind of conversation. And I think that I remember once like having an Uber driver like tell me like, all this talk about racism, you know, if you ask me, the real racists in this country are the people who keep talking about racism. And I just had to kind of like deeply sigh and be like, oh God, I really like, I want nothing more in the world right now than to just say, huh, it's interesting that you think that, and go back to looking out the window. But I feel like some kind of obligation to at least signal that I don't support what they're saying. So I'll say something like, oh, I don't know. Don't you think that there's probably a lot of racism that as white people we don't see, but might be visible to black people? And don't you think that if that did exist, how would we know about it? Except by listening to black people who tell us. And then they say, but where is it? I don't see any racism. I just think that, I don't know. It's it's Al Sharpton. It's the you know, and they go on and on about how these like the race baiters are convincing people that there's a problem when there isn't. And I just could kind of gently keep trying to push back and never make it anywhere. And yeah, I wish I were better at arguing with them, but honestly, it's pretty hard. It's pretty hard to argue with people who are so convinced that they're right and who are sort of psychologically invested in not learning anything more about this issue, because that would be difficult and they don't want to, and they don't want to think about it. They want to defend their own ignorance and defend their own complacency, and that's the only reason they're even having this argument in the first place. I wish I could tell you what to do, but I don't know. I don't know what to do when people are like that. Let me know if you figure out something that works, though. Rain says, "Hi Nat, happy Pride Month. I've been thinking about the gender critical movement lately. Sad, I know. I see a lot of similarities between gender critical and white supremacy in the sense that bigotry can be sold as a solution to an individual's concerns." I agree with that. My question is this: do you think there is merit in treating gender critical? Do you think there is merit in treating gender critical ideology as a form of radicalization that needs to be deprogrammed from? Yeah, I think that framework does apply pretty well to this, because I think that the like gender critical recruitment works in ways similar to other hate movements, where they seek out specific types of vulnerable people and offer opposition to trans ideology as a kind of passionate solution. So where do they recruit from? Well, detransition subreddit, ex-wives of husbands who come out as trans women, women who have been canceled on social media for saying something transphobic, women who have traumatic experiences with men, which is like most women. I think that trans women are kind of scapegoat. I really try not to engage with this stuff because, like, I'm kind of done, talking about turfs, to be honest. Like I've spent so much of my life. Sorry, this is not answering your question. Well, my answer to your question is yes, but my follow up is that I've kind of been avoiding engaging with turf stuff at all lately because I feel like I've spent wasted a lot of my life on it. Like I'm very familiar, very intimately familiar with the turf point of view. I find it's very easy for me to look at myself, to look at other trans people through a turf lens. I have spent a lot of time in the last 10 years arguing with turfs. Before I transitioned, I have dated turfs. I'm very intimately familiar with this perspective, and it has led to a lot of years of pointless self-hatred. And I'm trying to move away from that self-hatred. I'm trying to get to a point where I can kind of accept myself and live my life. And one way of doing that for me, honestly, is to not look at anything turfs say and not argue with them and just simply not engage anymore. So that's kind of like, I kind of don't have more recent thoughts about turfs because I just avoid dealing with it these days because I don't want to end up like one of these trans people who just hates themselves all the time. And I could very easily become a trans person like that, and I have been at times a trans person like that. So I've kind of just checked out of turf stuff because the less time I spend thinking about it, the better chance I have of having a life of self-acceptance. Non-Cobus Mentis says, "Hi Natalie, if a YouTube video of yours has been demonetized, but I watch it with YouTube Premium, do you get paid? As I understand, demonetization is less about YouTube punishing you and more about advertisers not wanting to appear over controversial content." Yes, I think that's true. I don't know for sure the details of how YouTube monetization works, but yeah, I believe that what you're saying is exactly right. Like, I think that I do I think I do get compensated if YouTube Premium members watch my videos, regardless of whether monetization is on. I'm pretty sure that's how the system works. I need to. My voice is cracking a little bit. I need to get some water and another drink. So I'll be right back. Hey, how are you? Um, Nast Marrero Garcia says, how are you? I'm good, how are you? Uh, and how can we best support you and contribute to your emotional and psychological well-being? When I say we, I mean that part of your audience for whom your work is part of our identity and that genuinely cares for you. Well, thank you for asking. Well, I mean, ultimately, it's like not your guys' job to save me, and you can't really put that on yourselves. Reminding me not to tweet, that's always good. I see the people in the chat being like, no, get off Twitter, stop it. That's good. That's healthy. I should not be on Twitter. It's not good for anyone. I don't know. I guess that's really, all you can do. Like, just asking the question, I really appreciate. It's a sweet question that you would think to ask. Alice says, let's help Joe Biden choose a VP by considering the most important aesthetic criteria. How does each pick's name sound when paired with his? I made a media survey to find out, and I encourage folks in the chat to... Okay. Let me take a quick look. Biden Abrams. Okay, don't hate it. Biden Baldwin. That's a lot of B's. Biden Bottoms. Unbeatable, perfect, incredible. The only choice, honestly. Biden Demings. Boring. We've had Biden Bottoms. Unless there's a Biden Tops. I don't know. I don't know if we're going to do any better than that. Biden Duckworth. Okay, that's preposterous. Kind of like it for that reason. Biden Grisham sounds like a novelist. I don't know. Biden Harris. Yeah, I mean, okay. Biden Raimondo. At least it has the aesthetic of diversity. Biden Rice. Biden Warren. Well, I do like Warren better than a lot of other people on this list, so I would like it for that reason. But I've got to say my winner is Biden Bottoms. Okay. Kira Abrams says, are you interested in being interviewed or contributing to a textbook that covers sexuality and gender? Possibly. I would be interviewed for it. I probably could not contribute much else because I just don't have time to be like writing articles, for example. But yeah, I'd be interviewed, sure. Send me an email, and when I get an assistant, maybe they'll respond. Oh my god. I haven't even checked my email in like 2 months. Like, I could have, for all I know, I've been invited to speak at the White House and won all kinds of awards, and I just have no idea. Evan D says, hey Gorge, I feel like many online leftist spaces define being a good person as having all the right opinions rather than actually doing stuff like volunteering at a homeless shelter, picking up trash, or donating money to buy mosquito nets or whatever. Have you noticed this trend too, and what's your take on this? Well, I don't know. I feel like everything you've listed, where you're talking about virtue signaling, in essence, right? And like, yeah, I know virtue signaling is a right-wing buzzword, but it's also a very real thing, right? A lot of what people do online and offline as well is done with the aim of not just being a good person, but of being conspicuously a good person. And whether that means having the wokest take on Twitter, or I mean, even this other stuff. Like, why do people volunteer at homeless shelters, pick up trash, or donate money to buy mosquito nets? A lot of people do it to meet, I mean, if not to openly virtue signal about being a good person, then they do it to fulfill this kind of inner need to be able to think of themselves as a good person. And the fact that you've listed these like very stereotypical charitable activities, I think actually perfectly exemplifies that. Like, I think that a lot of people will do these kinds of things, like, in part because they want to be able to tell themselves, see, I am a good person. I'm a good person because maybe the world is terrible. I don't know how to fix it, but I give money to buy mosquito nets, so I'm doing my part. I don't know. And that's not the worst thing, right? I also don't necessarily, I mean, I think at least with some of those things, that there's at least like some good consequences that come of it. Whereas simply being the wokest Twitter genius doesn't really actually do anything at all. I do think that having all the right opinions or having the most clever, woke, original, ahead of the curve opinions on social media has entirely too much prestige when that's actually pretty useless. And I do think it's one reason why I can't not stand leftist spaces on social media. So I think I sort of agree with what you're saying. Where I do think that a lot of people basically kind of activism to them is basically just social media virtue signaling, and they don't actually do anything. They don't do anything, right? And I think that having the right opinion and sitting in the smug satisfaction of your rightness is not very impressive. And in some ways, yeah, I do think actually it is better. It is like better to go out and, I don't know, like you say, pick up trash or something. You know, I don't know, because there's only so much that each of us can really accomplish. But, you know, you try to improve your little corner of the world. I try to improve my little corner of the internet. And you know, I don't know how helpful it is to constantly interrogate, am I a good person? You're probably okay. No one's all that great. I don't know. That's half a take. That's my half take on this. Thank you. Servalaniac says, can you please help this beleaguered lefty Gen X trans woman to understand Pepe the Frog? I first saw the meme in 2016 being used widely by the alt-right. I now instantly fear the frog every time I see it, but I've been learning lately that way more people than the alt-right use it. I'm still afraid of it though, and still avoid anyone who uses it, but maybe I shouldn't be doing that. Thank you. Okay, so this, I mean, Pepe goes back to like 2010, I think, maybe earlier, I don't know. And it was a kind of like React meme that was sort of like a glorified emoticon, right? It was popular on 4chan. It was picked up by the alt-right in like 2015, 2016. But yeah, I've kind of seen lately, for a while, it was kind of like off limits, and like no one who wasn't like basically fascist was using it because of its reputation as being associated with that. But lately I've kind of seen it sort of slowly creeping back into general use. It doesn't always mean that someone is alt-right, no, not by any means. I've even seen some leftists using it lately. But I sort of share your feeling of just being triggered by the sight of it. Like, I'm sort of, because I was right there in the center of the fucking 2016 culture wars, 2017 culture wars. I don't care for this. I don't ever use Pepe myself, and the sight of it it raises my blood pressure slightly. So I feel you. Tonya Pinheiro says, This isn't really a question, so there's no need to read any part of this on stream. Okay. I will come back to it later. But thank you for your comment. I'm quietly reading it. I'm still reading it because it's actually a very sweet comment. Oh, you do have a question. Do you feel as though sharing your thoughts and journey publicly, as painful and problematic as that has been at times, has added enough meaning to your life to make it all worthwhile? Oh God, I ask myself that question all the time. I mean, I think that in some ways, like, it's complicated, right? Because in some ways, like, running this channel has brought me like a level of like fame and fortune that I never would have imagined otherwise. But it has come at such a steep cost to my psychological well-being that I do regularly question whether it's all worth it or not. I mean, I think ultimately I do think it's worth it. But it also has made life harder in a lot of ways. And I just don't think there's ever going to be an answer to whether I should have done it or not. Like, there's definitely a part of me that in particular wishes that I had transitioned in private and you know, then wouldn't have to deal with this whole freakish spectacle being forever on the internet. But that's just not how it went, and I think that there's not really any point in me sitting around regretting it. I mean, I try to sort of make the best of the situation and to be appreciative of the incredible good luck that I've had in a lot of other ways, right? The incredible platform that I've been handed, and the financial stability, and the just the opportunity to make some kind of what I feel is a positive change in the world that is not available to that many people. It's something that I am very grateful for, and that to me does balance out all the like traumatic stuff. But the traumatic stuff is still there, and I need to get a new therapist. That's what I'm really saying. John Lee Colishaw says, "Hi Natalie, thanks for keeping me entertained during this strange time. My question is, post-lockdown, which do you think people will crave more? Change in society or return to the norm? P.S. Your work is cracking. Thank you." Well, honestly, I think probably most people will long for a return to the norm, but I think there's in certain ways that's not possible, and I think that it's a little hard for me to sort of separate my own hope from my feelings of realism, because I think that I hope that, for example, the like post George Floyd protest things, like there will not be able to return to a complacency about the police in this country, for example. And I think also like there's going to be some permanent changes to how we deal with like public space and contagion. You know, the normalization of mask wearing, I think, is going to be permanent. But I do think that, yeah, a lot of people are longing. I mean, I know that I think I myself am longing for, in some ways, a return to normal. Like, I miss going out to the nail salon and to restaurants and to museums and theme parks. Like, I miss in bars. Like, I miss all of it so much. And I know I'm not the only one who's just like dying to get back to that part of normal. But I sort of hope that, you know, but I mean, I was politically pretty radical before the quarantine. I hope that more people have more of a political radicalism after the quarantine. Obviously, I've been pushed even further. Joshua Analyx says, you've mentioned several times that Paranoia Agent is one of your favorite anime, but you've never said exactly how Moromi compares to Pikachu in overall cuteness. P.S. I've been staying up late on your Pokemon streams. You should take a rest. Oh, you've been staying up late. You should take a rest. Okay. In my opinion, Moromi is not as cute as Pikachu. But, like, nothing is as cute as Pikachu. You know what I'm saying? Like, Pikachu is the ultimate, the perfect, the cutest thing. And, Moromi does the job that Moromi has to do in Paranoia Agent. Moromi is very cute. It's actually... But it's not the real thing. You know, it's not Pikachu. Pikachu's the real Moromi. Usni, or Usni, I don't know how to pronounce your name, I'm sorry, says, hi Natalie. Watching your gaming streams made me wonder, have you heard of, / do you have any interest in Nier Automata? Thought you might get a kick out of every other NPC being named after a famous philosopher. Hold on, let me Google this. Nier Automata. Okay, I have never played it. That sounds cool though. I don't know. I'm sort of in the mood to play a pretentious game. I finally just watched H. Barmer Guy's video about Pathologic. And that really has me feeling like trying a pretentious video game. Travis says, hi Natalie, I was trying to think of a good question, but with everything going on in the world, everything I came up with was kind of depressing. Yeah, I know the feeling. Instead, I'll just say thanks for all the great work you do. Your videos mean a lot to a great many people, myself included. I can't wait to see what you'll cover in the future. Thank you, Treva. Thank you very much. I'm glad to see the chat is discussing how Pikachu's fatness is integral to his cuteness. I agree. It's his chubbiness. That makes him the most adorable. Definitely not a time traveler says, hi Natalie, in response to Billy Porter's video posts on BLM, how can the LGBT plus community and the Black community open a dialogue about our mutual bigotry against each other without the straight white Vanessae of the world trying to use that conversation as a weapon against both marginalized groups? Yeah. Well, that's I mean, okay. I think what it comes down to is that white queer people need to take a leading role in calling out and opposing racism that exists within queer spaces. And that's something that I think that I will sort of keep in mind as I approach this topic in the future. And I think that well, ideally, Black cishet people would take a leading role in calling out transphobia and homophobia in their communities. But yeah, the tricky thing is exactly this, right? That as a white woman in particular, I kind of feel that, for example, I don't want to be leading the conversation about, say, violence against Black trans women. Because the reality is, a lot of the violence against Black trans women is committed by Black cis men. And as a white woman, I'm very conscious of the fact that me being the one to be complaining about violence committed by Black men is not the greatest idea. So I kind of keep my distance, honestly, when that topic comes up, because I feel like I am not the mouth that should be speaking the truth on this one, if that makes any sense. But I am 100% the mouth that should be criticizing racism in white queer spaces, if that makes sense. I don't know. Those are my thoughts. Tell me if I'm wrong. Sonia Noro Perito says, have you considered floating shelves for props? What do you think about shelves for books / prop management? Yeah, that's actually that's an interesting thought, and it's something that I haven't really used that much. A lot of other YouTubers do use shelves, like as backdrops, right? And they put like collections on them. I tend not to do that because shelves take up a lot of space, and I've been kind of a little bit space limited lately. So I'm currently looking into filming like I'm currently looking into moving into a different apartment, and I'm sort of looking at a lot of different ideas, but one of them is that I get an apartment to live in and then I get a separate space to work in. Like, I've thought about renting even like a warehouse. That would be kind of ideal, is if I found like a warehouse that was like good, usable by an artist. If I could just rent that, I could store all my props and shit there and build sets in the warehouse space, and then I could do whatever I want. That would be good, I think. I've got to stop living and filming in this same little apartment that I lived in since I was an Uber driver. It's crazy that I'm still here. Craziness. Accounting Guy says, and now for something completely different. In honor of the July 15th delayed tax season, what's more fun? Deciding whether a ContraPoints Patreon payment is a deductible business expense if I listen to the AMA stream while working. I love it. I love it so much. Or lifting your fists in the air and yelling, defend the 16th Amendment in an alt-right manner. And you've linked me to the 16th Amendment. Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes on incomes from whatever source derived, without apportionment among the several states, and without regard to any census or enumeration. Honestly, I'd say you're talk to a real tax person. Don't take my tax advice. I will say that like I owe so much taxes now that like for a week of the year I'm a Republican. Although I'm not actually, because I as well off as I am these days, I still don't make enough money to benefit from Trump's tax cuts, because like the ladder goes up. I don't think people understand how high up the ladder goes, because compared to the people that Trump's tax cuts benefit, I am poor. And like, I think compared to a normal person, I would be considered rich. But there's layers of richness so much vaster than my Patreon money that like the tax cuts don't benefit me. So no, it doesn't make me a Republican. Not even for a week. And yeah, self-employed people, we do get screwed on taxes. Yeah, it's really true. Like it benefits corporations. It doesn't benefit people like me. Nicola Romero says, hey Natalie, no question. Just thank you for putting up with all these fucking submissions. Well, you guys are paying me for it, so I have to put up with it. That's how work works. But thank you, Nicolo. Miss Dean says, Hey Natalie, thank you so much for your work. My question is about aha moments. Your videos are very insightful, and I have always wondered how deliberate, you are in inciting those moments in your audience. And if you have a theory on what kinds of instructional or rhetorical strategies are more likely to provoke aha moments, either within your work or in media more broadly. Dankeschön. I guess that's not, I don't tend to think using that exact terminology. Like, I don't necessarily think about aha moments. I guess I try to talk through an issue. So I'll tend to try to speak about a particular example of something, like say Chris Chan and Christorians in my last video, as an instance of a general trend, and then I'll go from the particular to the general. So I think when you're talking about aha moments, I think oftentimes an aha moment comes when you see the general in a particular. So in the cringe video, for example, you know, I describe this situation where you have hundreds of people who are obsessed with this random autistic trans woman. And that poses the question, why? Why do people obsess over that? And then when you look at the answer to that question, it sort of reveals, right? It lets light in and reveals a type of motivation for obsessively cringing that also elucidates a bunch of other examples. So I think that's sort of jumping by analogy from one of these situations to the others, where you kind of see how one idea applies to a lot of different situations, whether it's Chris Chan, whether it's trans people's obsession with trans trenders, whether it's nerdy male YouTubers obsessing over Davis Arini. like it's a similar like psychological process of just fascination with someone who is a kind of corrupted or cringy or embarrassing version of yourself. I'm coughing still. I thought I was done with this cough. I'm mostly done with my COVID cough. You guys remember that a couple streams ago? I was like coughing the whole time. I'm finally like mostly better from that. Alice Hawa says, have/would you ever dye your hair, and why purple? Well, JK, which color? Okay, well, you can't really see because of the light, but I just recently recolored my hair a few days ago, and it is much lighter. So, I'm gonna brighten this room, and it's gonna look terrible because the light's gonna be coming from the wrong direction, and I'm gonna look like garbage. But you should be able to see the hair better. Ah! Okay, that's my current hair color. I did that a few days ago, so that's my most recent hair innovation. And if I were to do a different color after this, I don't know. I've like vaguely entertained the notion of going redhead at some point in my life. I did purple once when I was a genderqueer SJW. Okay, Oh, thank you for your OBS suggestion too. Yeah, uh, that's a good suggestion. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm sorry. Okay. Just Gallant Genius says, "Hi Natalie, what do you think of these subreddits slash communities that are designed to mock one specific type of people? R slash not like other girls, R slash I'm 14 and this is deep, and various anti-Karen subreddits. And the supposedly ironic ones, like r slash ban video games or the infamous r slash gamers rise up." Um, yeah, I've been doing a lot more philosophy of Reddit in my spare time lately, and I do think that, I mean, I have to say that the only one of those I'm really deeply familiar with is r slash not like other girls, which I of course I'm very familiar with. Yeah, I think that the first group that you mentioned, those are all, I would say, a kind of specific category of cringe subreddit. That is, I think a lot of the reason that people are so interested in this not like other girls thing is that so many women have at some point either been through a full-on like not like other girls stage or had a lot of not like other girls feelings, and so it's easy to recognize yourself in this type of cringe, right? Because I mean, there's actually a lot of like interesting commentary on this particular phenomenon. Like I think that it does come from an internalized misogyny in a lot of cases, I think, right? Like girl things are bad, right? It's if a smart cool woman shouldn't like girl things, should like boy things, right? So I think that, and there's like men will sort of reward women for being not like other girls. So there's, and I also think it also comes from like a place of like this social ideal of womanhood is so unattainable that I think most women feel alienated from it to some extent, leading to a subjective sense of being not like other women, because you always feel like you're not like the way that media, for example, presents women, because no one is. So where the cringe comes is that you think that you're sort of original for feeling not like other girls, when in fact that's just what it's like to be a woman. No woman feels like other women, because the idea of what other women are like is a media construct that's incredibly unrealistic. And I think so, I think that I think a lot of people who are drawn to that kind of subreddit are people who are in this sort of like stage of cringing at their past and seeing their past selves in other people. That's a thought anyway. Okay, L something something says, "Hi Natalie, have you seen The Talk, A Billion Wicked Thoughts by Ogi Ogas? From the first few minutes," no, I have not seen The Talk. "From the first few minutes, quote, trans porn is one of the most popular kinds of erotica for heterosexual men all around the world and in every country in the world. To me, it helps explain a lot about why trans misogyny in particular is so widespread and intense, in tandem with masculine purity culture." Yeah. Well, I do think that the intensity of, I mean, porn aside, I do think that the intensity of trans misogyny from, well, men and women actually, comes from the fact that trans women present almost a unique kind of threat to masculinity. toxic masculinity, let's say, not all masculinity, because obviously there's masculinities that are not toxic in this way, but the kind of toxic masculinity that leads to transphobic violence is provoked by trans women, because a lot of men, the fact is, a lot of basically heterosexual men are attracted to trans women, and that is threatening, because according to, you know, the average person, a trans woman is a man, and a man who's invested in his image as a straight man is very threatened by attraction to a person who is a man, right? So I do think that the violence and the anger is a way of sort of disavowing that attraction, or of projecting their own shame and insecurity, blaming, right, displacing it onto the trans woman, blaming the trans women, in the same way that, like, you know, in societies that are very puritanical about sex, men blame their own sexual arousal on women for provoking it, right? And I think that cis women participate in this too, because I know, you know, a lot of cis women, I know I said I don't look at TERF stuff anymore, but it comes into my feed from time to time. I've seen a lot of my feed of cis women say, like, interrogating the men that they're dating about trans women. About, you know, it's sort of demanding that the men that they date say, oh no, I've never been attracted to a trans woman, or sort of reacting with disgust and horror if their boyfriend or husband is attracted to a trans woman or has sex with a trans woman. And it actually very much reminds me of what I've heard from bisexual men, which is, bisexual men I've talked to have told me that dating cis women, they face a very high rejection rate upon coming out as bisexual. You know, on a first date, for example, if a bi man comes out as bi to a cis straight woman, oftentimes that woman will reject them, will not want anything to do with them. You know, get away from me. I don't want to get AIDS from you. And it's the same thing as if your boyfriend has been with a T girl, right? It's cis women are complicit in reinforcing this form of homophobia, and this form of transphobia, and this form of toxic masculinity. And so it's not just men. It's a complicated problem that sort of revolves around men, but men are not the only ones who are perpetuating it. These are my thoughts. Okay. Trenton says, hi Natalie, I love your channel. You're truly an amazing human. Thank you. I do my best. I'll keep it short. What is your favorite area of study in philosophy? It's such an expansive subject, and I was curious what you find the most interesting / intriguing. I was also wondering what your favorite thought experiment about info hazards, like Rocco's basilisk. Thanks, Natalie. I guess these days I'm sort of largely fascinated by well, it's sort of two things. I mean, I guess political philosophy, but in particular, I guess I've become recently very interested in a new song. No. Yeah, it's good. I'm interested in this sort of a political emotion, I guess. And I've actually started reading Freud, Sigmund and also Anna Freud. Anna Freud in some ways is more interesting to me than Sigmund, but like I think, I don't know, I've sort of become convinced that psychoanalysis actually has good ideas. I know it's not, you know, considered scientific in modern psychology, but I don't know, witnessing the politics around trans people has convinced me that like understanding repression and sublimation and these very ego defense mechanisms is actually essential to understanding political emotions. Like, I used to think that psychoanalysis was just pseudoscience, but like watching the conversations that go on online, I'm like, projection, reaction formation, displacement, sublimation, all of this stuff is so real. And it's kind of like fascinating me at the moment. So that's what's grabbing me right now. Rocco's Basilisk. I've heard of this before. A thought experiment used ideas in decision theory to argue that a sufficiently powerful AI agent would have an incentive to torture anyone who imagined the agent but didn't work to bring the agent into existence. Okay, hold on. I know I've heard of this before. Okay, here's Rational Wiki's explanation. A thought experiment about the potential risks involved in developing artificial intelligence. The premise is that an all-powerful AI from the future could retroactively punish those who did not help bring about its existence, including those who merely knew about the possible development of such a being. It is named after the member of the rationalist community Les Wrong who first publicly described it, though he did not originate it or the underlying ideas. It's a futurist version of Pascal's wager. Okay, so it's the argument that we all should be trying to bring about an all-powerful AI, because if we don't, then that AI, when it exists, will punish us for not. I think that involves a lot of my first reaction to this is that it involves a lot of speculation about what an all-powerful AI would do. Namely, that an all-powerful AI would definitely be interested in going back in time to punish people who didn't build it. I don't really see any reason to believe that's the case. And I also think you could come up with any number of similar thought experiments that lead to an infinite variety of ridiculous conclusions. So that kind of philosophy does not interest me that much. John M says, "Hey Natalie, what are 2 or 3 things that cis guys who are in your bro guy friends before your transition could have done to support you early on in your transition?" I ask because I have a close friend who recently came out to me as trans. Before she came out to me, our friendship felt very cis dude bro to me. I'd like to hear from someone who's 3 or so years on in her transition, how her cis guy friends could have been supportive near the start. You're a fucking artist and a champ, girl. Thank you. Okay, so first I would say that my experience might not be totally relevant to this because I was not very much of a dude bro before I transitioned. So I don't necessarily feel like I have that kind of relationship with other men. That said, there are a lot of, I mean, assuming that this person you know is a lesbian, which I'm guessing they are, a lot of lesbians, cis or trans, have their bros. It's a thing that happens from time to time. And I think that, I don't know. Honestly, I would ask this friend how they want to be treated, because in my case, like, I don't know, that's not the kind of lesbian I am. I don't feel like I have bro-y relationships with men. I don't feel like I act in a bro-y way with women either. And so I would ask your friend if you like, because I can imagine two different ways that they would want to be treated, right? Because if it were me, I do not want to be treated like anyone's dude bro, because that's not who I am, and that's not how I am. But so some trans people might want you to, if that's the kind of relationship you previously had, they may want you, she may want you to not, to treat her in a different way. Or maybe what she wants more than anything is for you to treat her just the same as you always have. So I would honestly, I can't tell you how to do this. My own one piece of advice is simply have this conversation with your friend. Ask her, like, hey, I know that we used to have this kind of bro-y dynamic. Is that something that you want to keep now that you're transitioning? Or do you want me to treat you sort of differently? Do you feel that that dynamic doesn't really represent who you are? And I would like let her sort of lead you on that. And I think you're being a very good friend for even asking this question. So good for you. I'm not like other lesbians. Fuck you, chat. I'm a real woman. Okay. Oh god, I started psychoanalysis discourse in the chat. What have I done? Okay, I should clarify that. I glanced at the chat. I should clarify that obviously Freud said a lot of stupid shit. And obviously I don't believe a lot of it. And also Freud is misogynistic and doesn't understand a lot of things. And also homophobic and doesn't even talk about trans people. But I'm just saying that I think it provides the groundwork for a lot of successive thought that I think is interesting. I'm not like saying, oh yeah, we should just take Freud at his word. Hope that clarifies. Okay, no more looking at the chat. Okay, Shauna Anderson says, hey Nat, hope you're feeling good and getting some delightful summer weather. In light of Jenna Marble's self-cancellation and the voracious soap opera of cancel culture, I wonder whether there is something to be said for there being some sort of higher age threshold for being able to make YouTube content, or giving a complete pass to people who transgressed before age 25 and their brains weren't able to weigh consequences properly yet. Short of them doing physical violence or targeted bullying, etc., of course, and not meaning that their content can't be critiqued or that other people shouldn't try to educate them. I don't know how I feel about this myself, to be honest, but wonder what your thoughts are. So I think there's, what's going on with the cancelings, the current wave of cancelings, you have a couple different types of situation. On the one hand, you have like Shane Dawson, who, okay, has like a very problematic past, but also in a lot of ways has kind of carried that past with him in some form or another, and sort of hasn't really adequately moved beyond it in a lot of ways at an age where he really should have. But Jenna Marbles, I just think that the current wave of canceling of her is such the bad kind of canceling. Like, this is someone who like did problematic stuff back in 2011, 2012, where that type of problematic content was absolutely normalized. And that doesn't necessarily excuse it, right? Like, I do think she should address it, but also this is stuff that has been off her channel for years. And to bring it up and be like, Jenna Marbles is over because we found this old video from 2011. Is this motivated by a desire to hold people accountable, a desire to improve the kind of content that people make, to educate, or is this just a desire to destroy a popular person for the fun of it? I kind of see the latter in the case of Jenna Marbles, and I felt really horrible seeing Jenna look so broken in that video by what is basically a form of woke bullying. Woke bullying. That's what I see. I see two very different things here. You know, and I think that one can bleed into the other, because once you get, like, it's fun. It's fun to hurt people, right? Like, it's very fun to hurt people. And I think that some people maybe deserve it. But once you get in the habit of it, of doing it, and how easy it is on social media, it's tempting to keep going. It feels, yeah, you feel, it gives a feeling of power. And especially if you're not used to getting to ever feel powerful, it can be tempting to pursue the feeling of power this way. But holding people accountable can very quickly sort of sink into a kind of bullying. And I don't know, I feel like I see this happen over and over and over again on Twitter. So, I don't know. All this stuff has to do with racism, so I feel less confident commenting than I would say when it comes to people being canceled for, like, saying the word tranny in 2011 or whatever, where I just, like... But I do think that it is absolutely a thing that exists, that people use exposing someone's problematic past as a form of essentially, like, bullying. Yeah. It's 100% a thing. It's 100% a thing that happens. James Chesson says, "Hi Natalie, hope you're well. In your opinion, what is the meaning of life?" Okay. The meaning of life is stay hydrated. Did I just quote Isla Rose? I think I did. Isla Rose parodying Gigi Gorgeous. Stay gorgeous. The meaning of life is to stay gorgeous. Hey, how are you? The meaning of life is like... I don't know. It's like a good cup of tea, basically. I wouldn't look for anything that much better than that. It's kind of what it comes down to. Ellie Hot Sauce says, "Hey Natalie, can I write music for a video you make? You don't have to pay me unless you really want to." Maybe. I guess I found both Zoe Blade and OVXX, the other two people who have made music for my videos. I've found them because they reached out to me and were like, "Can you use my music, please?" I just liked their music. So, I don't know. Send me... Honestly, like, tweet it at me. Like, that might be the best way to get me... As sad as this is, the best way for me to see it might be for you to at me on Twitter with a link to some of your music. And, yeah, if I think it's a good match for my videos, sure. And if you do write anything for it, I will pay you, because I don't believe in free labor. Sylvia Sophia Silaprandi says, "Since it's June..." What a great alliterative name that is. It's very satisfying to me. Sylvia Sophia Silaprandi. I love that name. I just love saying it. Can I say it again? I'm going to say it again. Sylvia Sophia Silaprandi says, "Since it's June, What will it take to unite the LGBT plus community, both on local and global level? Charismatic leaders, artists, a common enemy, culture, money, time, a miracle? I think a common enemy of those is the most likely. And I think that we have that common enemy. So let's get it together and stop these bastards. There is a ContraPoints email address. I just don't check it because I'm bad. I don't know. I'm busy. Other things to do. Ow. Okay. Andrea Schreiber says, have you seen A Fantastic Woman with the remarkable Daniela Vega? No, I haven't. Hold on, let me click your links. Oops, I copied the wrong thing. I have not seen this. Oh wait, but I've heard about it. Okay, yeah. It's the movie about a trans woman. No, I've never seen it. Is it good? I guess I should see it because I should see all trans movies. One of us. Allegedly, Angelo says, Blackpink in your area. Hi, can we talk about the fact that K-pop stands flushing questionable Twitter trending topics with fan cams is the funniest thing. Also, Shane Dawson, cringe. Insert fan Thorpe here. Anywho, love you. Stay safe and as always, thanks for existing. You're very welcome, Angelo. Yeah, K-pop stands have really been pulling more than their weight lately, and I think the conclusion of this stream is clear, which is that I need to become a K-pop stan. So I'll try to work on that for next time. And Veo says, good afternoon, Ms. Points. How are you feeling? Well, it is almost 11 p.m. But thank you. I'm feeling okay. My voice is... I just changed the light by mistake. My voice is getting a little tired. What if I just do this? Do you guys hate this? I hate it. I'm feeling okay. I've been having a weird time lately. Like, I don't know, I'm just at a very weird point in my life where I just... I don't know. I just like don't know who I am or what I'm doing. And I'm kind of experimenting again, I guess you could say. I really need to put more powder on my face because I'm getting shiny. 1 second. Okay. Meow. Meow. Oh gosh, I'm meowing. it's that time of the evening. Okay. You guys can vote on which color light is the best. Let me just do this real quick. Oh, so much better. Okay. Alright, this light needs to stop. We got red, we've got pink, purple, blue, cyan, green. Seeing a lot of votes for pink. Okay, we'll do pink for a while. Okay. Ren says, nya nya, Natalie. Nya nya. Do you have any witchy reference material for your reference material? Wow, I'm doing very good. For your opulent crystal collection, like books or websites on their properties. Do you give your chakras any care? I've recently had a series of mental breakdowns, and I decided that the only way to fix myself is through the healing powers of crystals and meditation. Thanks, Gorge. Yeah, that was me like 6 months ago. I definitely had a series of mental breakdowns, and decided the only way to fix myself was crystals and alcohol consumption. The crystals. No, I don't know that much about the properties of crystals. I guess I just find myself sort of drawn to them. I like to look at them. I like to touch them. I even like to wear some of them on my wrist. I don't know. I'm not very knowledgeable about their magical properties, but I just kind of find a sort of magic in their aesthetic. And that to me is where the magic is. But yeah. I could totally foresee having another series of mental breakdowns and getting fully involved in the witchy aspect of it. I wouldn't put it past me. We'll see, won't we? Okay. Robin Truth Goodman says, "Hi Natalie, and what's wrong with capitalism, you say? Quote, consumer society is all about goddamn lizards inventing desires, which they implant in your brain through advertising. Then they sell you the product that fulfills the desire that they invented, irrespective of whether the fulfillment of the desire is actually contributes to your well-being. Can this also be said of gender transition? Is gender transition an invented desire of the consumer society? Or how does it relate to invented desire?" No. Gender transition is definitely not an invented consumer desire. In fact, I think like quite the opposite. I think very, very many forces in our society strongly discourage gender transition. And so to actually go about transitioning despite that, you have to overcome the incentives not to. Now, I will say that my experience transitioning MTF is that once you have undertaken the tragic and strongly discouraged task of transitioning, there is an ideal of womanhood that is based in consumption, and it can be tempting to pursue it, like I think many women do, right? Like I think, I don't know, whether you're I don't know, a young cis woman or a trans woman, like dealing with your womanhood for the first time, there's always a stage where you're like looking at a lot of images of like fashionable, well-dressed, beautified women and asking yourself, should I be like that? And yeah, I think a lot of that notion of womanhood is based in consumption, but like the question of how to relate to that ideal is something that women sort of individually have to decide for themselves. But I think that's true whether you're trans or cis. I don't think anyone transitions because of, like, when was the last time you saw an advertisement for transitioning? I've never in my life seen such a thing. I've seen plenty of media that represents, trans people as dangerous, as perverted, as tragic victims. I've never once seen an advertisement for gender transition. Eat the Wheat says, "Hi Natalie, I would like to invite Chelsea Manning to a Pride event via video link. I'm aware that you two are acquainted, and I wonder if you could possibly ask her if it's okay for you to share her contact information with me, and if so, if you would be so kind to send it to me. Unfortunately, I'm not in touch with Chelsea anymore, so I cannot help you with that one, but good luck." Michael Montoya Orte says, in your last AMA, I asked you about your thoughts on gender discourse here in Spain. It came across as me trashing the idea of someone's socio-political experience not aligning with their identity, but I don't think that. In fact, I hate that Twitter has given you shit for years for saying that. As an AMAB NB who looks like a slightly straight-passing gay boy, I agree I'm politically male. And what bothers me is being classified as politically cis. I've had no transphobia directed at me, and I've never claimed to be trans, but if I have full cis privilege, why is there so much self-loathing / insecurity around my identity? Am I just going insane for no reason? Also, how am I fully politically cis if some trans legislation like being able to change my gender marker for directly benefits me? This framing radfems have popularized here in Spain makes me feel like my identity is just a private fantasy of mine, 100% inconsequential to the real world. I think that there is. So look, I mean, here's the analogy. A lot of trans people, there's many trans people who before they come out, more or less pass as their assigned birth gender and don't experience transphobia ever. So there's a part of trans experience that is like an internal struggle, but it's an internal struggle that relates to society, right? Why is it so difficult to be secretly trans? Well, because you are psychologically, even if not yet materially, affected by transphobia. So I do think that it's possible to sort of be politically affected by transphobia without necessarily that taking a material appearance or having without that what am I trying to say? Without having necessarily experienced transphobia directed at you personally, everyone has experienced transphobia in the form of transphobic media, transphobic politics. So if you identify as trans in any way, you're likely to experience the psychological impact of that, regardless of whether it's personally directed at you. So I don't know if that helps you make sense of your feelings, but those are my initial thoughts on that question. My voice is really going to hell. How long have I been streaming? I started at what? Started like 7:30, like an hour and a half after as opposed to. It's been like 3 hours, 3.5 hours. That is a lot of talking, so that makes sense. Matthew Rise says, "Hey Natalie, why are you so dang hot, LMAO?" Okay, but for real, my question is, what do we do about leftist infighting? How do we convince the far left that not everyone to the right of them is a literal baby blood-drinking Nazi lizard? Hey, how are you? I've given up is my short answer to this question. Like, I just don't think that, I just think that a lot of the far left, at least as they're represented on Twitter, it's not possible to dialogue with them. It's not possible to communicate with them. They've quarantined themselves, excuse the expression. They've in a vacuum, a political vacuum, where they're incapable of interacting with the world outside. And there's such a small number of people that I don't think it's worth trying, except to convince other people in leftist spaces that this type of person is sort of not worth responding to. You know, how many communists and anarchists are there in America? A few hundred. These people have no influence whatsoever, except in spaces where they're hyper loud and hyper visible. There's this kind of prestige to being an anarchist or a communist on leftist Twitter. You know, a lot of them are delusional. They think they're way more important than they are. And they think that they act and they speak as if they have the authority to cancel you or whatever. But like, and they can try to sort of conscript other people to the cause of tearing you down. But it's their microcosmic alternative to justice. Rachel Ann says, when, if ever, did Pinocchio become a... Sorry, your question is already sending me. When, if ever, did Pinocchio become a real boy? After the first enchantment that made him sentient? After he aspires to be a real boy? After he rescued Geppetto? After the second enchantment that made him flesh? Or was he never a real boy? Just wood enchanted once and then twice? I don't know why this is entertaining me so much. This is like one of my favorite questions I've ever gotten. Honestly, I mean, I would say that I think he's a real boy. He's a real boy after the first enchantment. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter whether you're made of flesh or wood. If you have the consciousness of a real boy, then you're already real, as far as I'm concerned. Someone in the chat said, is Pinocchio true scum? Yes, he's true scum, just like Angel Buck. Jessica Morgan says, no question, does everyone have a great fucking day? La vida es buena. Thank you, Jessica. I hope you have a great day too. Excuse me, a great fucking day. Zoe Roth says, thank you for the thwarp last month. No question this time. I don't even have fan with me. I just wanted to say I love both you and Hassan Piker, and that you both should collaborate more often. Yeah, we should. I should get in touch with him. I haven't talked to him in a while. Now that I'm like not so directly canceled, I can kind of start talking to other leftists in public again. I think it's been long enough that, you know, people won't have to go into hiding for talking to me. Grant Westfall says, hello Natalie, I rarely have the time to keep up or watch the stream live because I live that hashtag sad queer academia life. But I wanted to say I hope you're doing better and taking care. What do you think about modern productivity culture and the toxic relationship many people, particularly in the US, have with their work in academia and other such fields? Well, I think that it's a thing. Thing exists. Yeah, it's bad. I do think that I don't know. I guess my relation to it is kind of mixed because I am a very ambitious person and I like want to get things done, and I'm also a terrible procrastinator and never gets things done as fast as I want to. But I think that obviously in most field, because I'm kind of an artist, so it's sort of a different situation where it's more self-motivated. But I think that in fields like academia, oh, my experience in academia was very much that the culture is so toxic. Like, it's an American thing too. Like, I remember having a class that had, the class would meet twice a week from like like, it was like, I forget when the class would meet, but it had a reading discussion group that would meet from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. every week. And there was like a visiting French professor, and she was just horrified by the hours that we were keeping, that we were having, that we were in class after dark. We were sitting in the classroom at 8 p.m. And the amount of reading and the amount of work we were assigned in grad school is just insanity. Like, no one actually did all the readings because you couldn't do it. And it's also, in philosophy, it's so unnecessary. Like, there's no reason why you couldn't all just sit around casually talking about philosophy 8 hours a day, then go home and drink wine and enjoy your life. But no, because of this sense that to be a legitimate field, we had to act like, a big corporation in terms of work ethics. Everyone was expected to work 12 hours a day. And for no reason at all. Because literally nothing is at stake. It's philosophy. I hate it. That was not smooth. Kaylin Conrad says, what's your favorite ballad to belt out when you're alone and feeling extra? Are we talking Celine, Beyonce, Olivia Newton-John? Oh God. I have to say, I'm not a big belter. I don't really sing. My singing voice is sort of an area of like yuck from me. But when alcohol enters the equation, that loosens a little bit, I will admit. Gosh, ballads. When do I ever sing? I never sing. I like singing. Okay, I like singing to the radio in my car when the music is turned way up, because then I can pretend that my voice sounds like the radio. So like it will be like Dua Lipa or whoever on the radio, and I'll have that pumped, and then I can sing to it in my shitty way, but I'm hearing Dua Lipa and I just pretend that I sound like that. But I actually sound like like a cringe American Idol audition. Don't you wish your girlfriend was hot like me? Oh God. RSS says, hey Nat, hope you're doing okay. Are you back on Twitter? Please remember that a wise philosopher once wrote, don't tweet. Just don't want you getting in stupid arguments that hurt you. Take care. Yeah, I know. You're right. Well, I guess my hope is that if I just never tweet anything of consequence, it's okay. Like if I only tweet just boring shit posts, then it'll be okay. You know? Thank you. Riley Dosh says, hey Natalie, going off my Klingon Pokemon question from last month, what grammatical gender do we consider cat girls? A reminder that the three grammatical genders are beings capable of language, incapable of language, and body parts. Seems somewhat ambiguous. Nya nya. I think they're absolutely capable of language. Nya nya. Very happy gay sounds, ooh. Head pats, nya. They're definitely capable of language. I'm out of water. Just drink wine. Let them drink wine. Non-arborescent AF rhizome says, "Hi Natalie, I adore your work. I'm wondering how you would characterize how you managed the transition, no pun intended, from speaking to a small subset of the YouTube community to producing videos that can speak to a more general audience. Asking about the concept of the audience for a disgruntled academic friend. Much love." Well, I think part of it for me had to do with consuming more media that's intended for a general audience. And that means a willingness to forsake a lot of the norms that are sort of assumed in academia. Like, I don't know. My earlier, like, the videos I've deleted, like, back on those old videos, I kind of wrote much more like an academic essay. Whereas now, I've learned to write my scripts by speaking out loud and then transcribing what I've spoken. So I write in a more conversational way that doesn't have the weird stylistic conventions of academic writing. So I would say that practice a new kind of verbal communication based on conversational speech and not on written scholarship. And then you will learn to communicate complex ideas in simple speech. And once you can do that, you actually can think more clearly, in my opinion, than a lot of academics can. Yoko Netterman says, "Dear Natalie, I hope you're feeling content. My question is, would you have some words of encouragement for me? I work as a CRA in clinical studies. While doctors and nurses are doing the work, my lashes are falling off on my keyboard due to the long hours I am working through to get everything done. Your patients safely recorded. In short, my brain is fried. Love you. Help." What is a CRA? A certified research administrator, a clinical research associate. Well, either way, you are in the medical field. Clinical studies, he said. Clinical research assistant. Like, you are part of that world. And even if it doesn't seem as direct and hands-on as what doctors and nurses are doing, you are part of what is saving people's lives and developing treatment. And so at least unlike a lot of other people and a lot of other jobs I've had, you can know that the work that you're doing is part of something that's good for humanity, which is more than most people can say about their jobs. So I don't know if that's any consolation, but it might help me a little bit feeling less futile. But I understand that working long hours under stressful conditions sucks no matter what. So I'm sorry. I wish I could help you. Blux says, Meowdy #1 girl gamer. In beauty, you talked about how you can instantly tell if someone else is attractive, but have no frame of reference for attractiveness when you look at yourself. I've never considered this, but after you said it, I realized I experienced the same thing. My brain just doesn't register my own face like other people's. Do you have any recommended reading on this phenomenon? P.S. Your take on grape nuts last month was whack. They're delicious. # typical lib. Got me. Okay. Do I have any recommended reading on viewing your own face differently than other people's faces? I don't off the top of my head, though I'm aware there is actually a lot of psychological research on the recognition of faces. And so I'm sure there's psychological research on, you know, the recognition of your own face and how that may be different. So, like, I know there's a condition called prosopagnosia where you can't recognize anyone's face, and that's bizarre, but I think it does show kind of insight into the fact that this is a very specific thing our brain does. I suspect this has more to do with self-consciousness and the way that and the familiarity, I guess, that you have with your face. I think your way of looking at your own face is sort of informed by all kinds of expectation and a lifetime of history of looking at it and desire for what you wanted to. I don't know. I feel like it's just more complicated of an experience than looking at other people's faces. But that's not reading. That's just a hunch. John says, hey, Nat, I was wondering, what's your opinion on the Chaz in Seattle? Do you think it's effective as a protest, or is it just bad PR for BLM and leftists in general? Okay, what does that acronym stand for? I know it's like the autonomous, whatever, Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. I haven't been following it that closely. I think it's kind of cool to see, because what I've seen on it has actually been pretty positive, and I think that has to do with the circles that I'm in. I don't know what they're saying about it on like Breitbart, but from what I've seen, it's been pretty positive. And I do think it can be, you know, if this goes well, I think it's good publicity in a sense. It's good to have an example to be able to point to see, like, look, this area of Seattle had no police for X amount of time, and it was fine. I haven't checked in. Maybe it's not fine. If it's not fine, then oops. But I think it's probably fine. My guess is that it's fine. Okay, guys, I'm gonna get more water, and then we'll do the last bit of questions here. So be right back. Okay. Let's get started. We're back to this song. Okay. Barry Donnelly says, hi Natalie, how much stock do you put into productivity, life hack, self-help culture? It seems like there is an authentic demand for help out there, but I can't shake the impression most of this is trash or encourages us to internalize unhealthy demands. If capitalism isn't warping our work, it's selling us endless distraction. Do you think anyone has come close to figuring this out? Thanks for all the good work. You're welcome. Yeah, I do think that a lot of the productivity, life hack, self-help stuff is it is often, I suppose, advice on how to conform your life to the unhealthy expectations that are put on us. And so I agree with that. That said, I also think that the reality for a lot of people is that they do have to figure out how to do that somehow. So I'm not going to say that that's the problem because... Oh, I'm not going to say that the self-help stuff is the problem because in some ways, like, it may well help people succeed in this society that they're in. But yeah, I think that it probably should also be accompanied by a discussion of the fact that the need to, you know, totally submit yourself to the unreasonable demands of work is kind of a problem as well, and that maybe, you know, people should be talking to. There's a lot of critique of this like white fragility book for sort of corporate HR or whatever. Maybe there should be more talk about, you know, how to make employees' lives easier, and I don't know. I'm so not in the corporate world that I kind of like don't necessarily know what to say about it because that's not the world I live in. I can tell you about the pressures that like influencers face, like, and you'll notice that I have recently rejected a lot of the things that have, you know, that are told to people like me. Like we are told, like people who make money as on YouTube, we're told that we need to constantly be putting out content or we'll be forgotten. We need to be posting constantly. We need to be posting, you know, we need to be interacting directly with fans and public. We need to be doing all this kind of stuff. I don't do any of it. Like at this point, like I haven't even posted to Instagram in more than a month and my tweets are garbage. I haven't posted a video in more than a month. Like I'm doing everything you're not supposed to do. I should be totally obliterated and totally irrelevant by now, according to all the traditional advice. But I'm not yet. I still have this Patreon following. I still have, you know, my last video got 1 million views in a week, and I am gonna try for the next one to do the same thing too. So sometimes the things that people are telling you, you just don't have to do. Oh yeah, I don't do sponsor. I've literally never done a sponsorship either. Another thing that's an assumed way of making money in this world. Okay. I guess I've been talking too long. My throat is sore. David Machiavelsky says, hello, Natalie. Do you like Psytrance? What Hogwarts house are you in? Have you ever been to Stafford, Virginia? I don't really know Psytrance very well as a genre. I'm a Gryffindor, and I have never been to Stafford. Thank you, David. Julian Michael says, I was curious if you've ever listened to Eric Weinstein. And what do you think of him? He can come across as curmudgeonly, but if you listen through, you'll see his compassion. I find his critiques of cancel culture, BLM, mainstream media, and all the other madness to be insightful. Though he comes off like Jordan Peterson, sometimes he's actually very different and identifies with the left. Well, first of all, I do not agree with the inclusion of Black Lives Matter in the list of other madness. So maybe that's not how you meant it, but it kind of came across that way. Eric Weinstein. There's two Weinsteins. Which one is he? Oh, this one. Wait, is he the one who's messaging me all the time? Sorry, there's another Weinstein that is part of the intellectual dark web. He used to message me. He doesn't message me anymore. No, this one's a math guy. The other one's a biology guy. I don't really know Eric Weinstein, to be honest. I think like with the intellectual dark web, like, someone remind me who the other Weinstein is. Some of them do have very interesting ideas. No, there's two intellectual dark web Weinsteins, aren't there? Am I crazy? Maybe I'm crazy. Hold on, I need to get to the bottom of this because I think I'm just gaslighting myself. Brett Weinstein, yes. Yeah. Okay. No, I don't know Eric Weinstein very well. I think that I think that some of these people have interesting ideas in isolation. I don't agree with the general project of the intellectual dark web, obviously, but I think that some of their individual ideas are interesting, including even Jordan Peterson, who might actually come up in a future video soon, because I think he says there's an idea of Jordan Peterson's that I actually want to engage with. And I don't know. I find a lot of times like this like centrist or even like conservative critiques of the left to actually be pretty accurate. It's like, the only thing the right is right about is the left. Like, and where I disagree with them is just the fact that they obsess over how bad the left is to the point where they're basically just, in effect, helping conservatives, and they're not actually invested anymore in advancing progressive projects. I mean, it's a little bit like Jesse Singal. Like, a lot of the things that Jesse Singal says about cancel culture, for example, are completely accurate. The problem is that he obviously has some issue with trans people. And he just can't face it. And then a lot of the things he says are actually true. And he gets attacked for saying true things. And so he's going crazy thinking that these evil trans, it becomes this bias confirming sort of cycle. But yeah, I'm not that familiar with Eric Weinstein. Sam Harris is actually one of my Patreon supporters. I don't know what to make of that. I think he likes the canceling video. A year ago I might have made a video about the intellectual dark web. I don't think that's like so much of a relevant thing anymore, but these people are very much on my radar, and I think some of what they say is interesting. Nicole Graham says, Natalie, return the amulet. You are meddling with powers you cannot comprehend. I'm sorry. Andrew Harris says, Dear Natalie, I just wanted to wish you a very happy Pride. Stay courageous, O Queen. Sincerely, one of your many non-binary fans, Andrew/Dorinda. Thank you very much. And happy Pride to you as well. Cannon Drum says, Hey Nat, have you found yourself drawn toward the more philosophical / aesthetic driven content? For example, opulence. Or more socially critical, cringe, as of late? Sorry, I zoned out. Have I found myself more drawn toward the more philosophical / aesthetic driven content, for example, opulence, or most socially critical, cringe, as of late? Much love to my heroine. I guess lately, more of the socially critical stuff has been engaging me, but I definitely will return to the aesthetic thing because I am very interested in that as well. The one I'm doing right now, the video I'm working on now, is very much... Yes, the entire chat is Sam Harris. That's definitely what's going on. Guys, I have a secret to tell you. I'm Sam Harris. Okay. The one I'm doing now is definitely more of the socially critical vein. Sorry, I'm losing track of... I've been streaming for 4 hours, so my brain is kind of melting. Cannon Drum says, Hey Nat, have you found yourself drawn to the more Okay, no, I just literally did that. My brain is melted. Oh my god. Lavina Johansson says, Hi Natalie, hope this isn't a dumb question, but I'm really curious to know if you completely memorize your scripts. Does memorizing come easily to you, or if you have any kind of prompter, cue cards, notes, etc.? Also, do you know Chopin's Sonata for Cello and Piano? It is so beautiful. If you haven't heard it before, I highly recommend it. Stay safe, sane, and healthy. I actually don't know that sonata that well, which is crazy because I used to play cello and I play piano and I like Chopin. So I don't know why I don't know. I'm sure I've heard it before. It's just been like more than 10 years, so I don't really know it that well. But what was your first question? Oh, yes. I do not memorize my scripts. What I do, I showed early on the stream, actually. I should be able to bring it up quickly. Okay, so I have a script on my phone like this, and I put the script in my lap, and I memorize it one line at a time, and there we go. And I recite it to the camera. I've tried using a teleprompter before, but I find that... What just happened to the color? I find that... Come on. Color, where are you? Hey, work. I'm crazy. I'm losing my mind. Yeah, what if I played cello in a YouTube video? Wouldn't that be interesting? What if we turn the light off and on again? Maybe that'll fix it. I memorize one line at a time, and I find that if I read from a teleprompter, it's just... It's not as, well, I permanently fucked the color. Okay. I got white balanced. I got white balanced good. I can't be as natural reading from a teleprompter. Anne says, alright guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. My voice is like very tired. And I'm like, my brain is melting a little bit from streaming for 4 hours. But I'm gonna keep going because I can do this. You need to talk me up here a little bit. You can do it. Um, I can't take a nap. The show must go on. Stop it. Okay. Anne says, Happy Pride Month, you glowing incandescent queen. Thank you, Anne. My question. Have you ever gone through a goth phase where you read Anne Rice vampire novels, dabbled with witchcraft, wore an unnecessary amount of black eyeliner? If not, it's never too late. Yeah, I never have. And I guess it's kind of surprising since I feel like my aesthetic tends to like touch on goth, and I obviously like love doing goth drag. Like what was that character's name? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It was based on an Edgar Allan Poe. Lenora LeVay. It just took me like 20 seconds to think of the name of my own character. Alright, I'm doing amazing. Yeah, I can't believe I've never had a goth phase. I've just dabbled with it, but obviously it's something that sort of attracts me on some level. Amelia Maloney says, Hey Gorge. Something that's been on my mind for a while is the use of USSR iconography and imagery for socialist memes and other stuff. For me, I find it really aggravating since I am an economics major and identify more as a socialist, but the USSR was capitalist, just the state was the only controller of capital. Why is it that people use a country with a terrible past and something extremely far from socialist ideology as an almost nostalgic reference? Well, I think that in a lot of cases, like, it's intended as just memes, as sort of this ironic almost kind of thing, but I definitely do think that there are people on the left who use that stuff and do totally Soviet apologetics, which I think is incredibly, incredibly cringe and ignorant and embarrassing. So I think I'm basically in agreement with you, although I do think that as long as it's understood that you're hammer and sickling ironically, it's maybe not horror, it's not the worst thing, but it's also something that I don't do, as you may have noticed, except with like Tabby. But you know, Tabby is Tabby. It's sort of understood that I'm not Tabby, you would think, although some people don't really get that either. So you got to be careful with the irony, because sometimes I wonder what people are seeing in my videos. They're seeing all kinds of interesting things. Okay. What am I doing? What am I? My brain is soup. Amelia Maloney says, you know, I just realized this is weird. Someone in the chat said the intellectual dark web likes me. Even though I like really don't agree with them about a lot of things, I like weirdly want them to like me. Is this just like an extension of my general like need for male validation? Or is it, I don't know. I just want to be liked in general. I think if someone was like, Hitler really loves your videos, I'd be like, really? Wow. No, that's not true. I wouldn't want to be liked by Hitler. It's too far. De-radicalize Hitler. Father finally approves of me. Exactly. It's very that. Yeah, why do I crave metaphorical paternal approval? My dad is also a professor. My literal father is a professor. Let's try not to think about this too much. Okay. We're doing great. Claudia Noon says, hello, I was wondering if you would ever consider putting together a reading list of books you cite in the description of your videos. I'd love to read along sometime. Apologies if you've already done that and I've somehow missed it. Your work is excellent, and here's to June almost being over. Thank you, Claudia. Yeah, I get asked that question often enough that I really do think I should do it. I mean, I guess what I tell myself is that when I'm making these videos, I try to cite on screen the book that I'm talking about, but I guess people, so I'm like, oh, just let's figure out what book it is that way. But I guess, I don't know, a lot of people seem to want like it all kind of put together for them. So I could probably do that without too much difficulty. So yeah, I think I'd better do that at some point. Thank you, Claudia. Ella says, hi Nat, hope you're doing really well. Thank you. How would you spend an entire evening dedicated to self-care and you time? Ooh, well, I would take a bath. I would, I don't know, kind of stereotypical, I guess. Baths, candles, these things are good. Wine, listen to music. I would watch YouTube. I love watching YouTube videos. I guess I do still like YouTube. I just watched well, I told you guys earlier, I watched H-Bomber Guy's Pathologic videos. He just, I don't know, he really entertains me. Not that much. He's one of the few, like, he's like one of the very few video essayists who will talk about video games that I can stand to watch. I'll just watch anything he makes. Someone in the chat says, I like you and I've been on the dark web. The deep web. Please approve of me. Okay, what am I doing? Scoopski says, hey Gorge, do you have any advice for someone thinking of leaving academia? I'm coming to the end of my PhD and the last few months have been miserable, and I don't know if it was just because of the added pressure of lockdown, but also part of me feels like I need to do something to help people, although I don't really know what. Well, I know what you mean. I would say that you can only help in little ways because the world is too complicated for it to be changed by one person. So I would not let that alone keep you from finishing the PhD. I mean, it sounds like you may as well finish it if you're close. Look at what talents you honestly have, what work you honestly feel that you're capable of doing, and find some ways of using that to help people. You don't have to completely abandon everything to be a full-time activist, unless you really want to do that, in which case you could do that. But most people are not going to be up for doing that. So I think, if you do like academia still, I would stay, because I don't know, the world outside is harsh in its own way, but I mean, I'm obviously an academia quitter myself. So if you're just like, fuck this, I'm out. I understand that I understand that too. George Knott says, hey, hope you're well. Sorry, I zoned out again. Obligatory esoteric question. What are your thoughts on Stuart Lee's 2018 show Content Provider? Wow, I have no idea what that is. Content Provider. (2018). I've never seen this. It's a stand-up show. Should I see this? I guess I should see this. Why is my white balance ruined? I'm gonna try to fix it. Color range. Full. Partial. Oh, that kind of... No. Default. Default. Okay, what if I make it all dark and then I make it light again? It worked. Okay. David Goncalves says, I guess it could also be Goncalves. Take your pick. What is the music at the end of Cringe? That is royalty-free stock music that I paid for. It's interesting that people loved that so much. Let's play it. Hold on, because I just thought it was a pretty generic ambient track, but I've seen so many comments of people being like, that track is changing my life. It's amazing. I'm just gonna search Cringe. Be quiet.
Nothing matters.
Yeah, it's just ambient droning.
Nothing matters.
Just search for like ambient calm or whatever on YouTube. You'll find a ton of tracks like this. Let's just play that in the background. Why not? Okay. What's next? Natalie A.N. says, hi, Natalie. Hope your summer is going well. Have you ever attended a trans conference or event? I was planning to go to one in Philadelphia pre-COVID, maybe 2021, XOXO. Thanks, Natalie. Yeah, there's that famous trans health conference in Philadelphia. I have never been, but I don't know. Maybe I'll go someday. I feel like it would be hard for me to go to a place like that without attracting a lot of attention to myself. But I'm very much aware of it. I've heard positive things from other people. Julia says, what are some TV shows and movies you recommend to pass the time? Well, if you're talking about time passing, Floor is Lava. Nothing will cause time to continue passing more than watching that show. Tiger King. I know these are what I said earlier. These are just what I've been watching because I want to turn my brain off. I love Tiger King though. I don't even like. I don't know if I even should love it, but I don't know. It's just exactly my kind of trash. Someone in the chat says they've been to a lot of trans conferences. They're usually good, though sometimes there is drama. Really? Drama? With trans people? Shocking. You have to go in disguise, exactly. Caitlin O'Brien says, happy Pride. How excited are you about...
On the day
oh no.
that the female eunuch was issued in
This is
America,
another one of my videos auto-playing.
flapping draperies.
Flapping draperies. Jermaine Greer. Ugh. Okay. Sorry, Caitlin. How excited are you about the jobs that SCOTUS says can no longer discriminate against us transes in this vibrant economy we have? I think it's an extremely important moment, and I sort of feel bad that like I sort of haven't been able to sort of emotionally appreciate it because it came during a month when it seemed like the world was collapsing. And so it's this kind of almost incongruent piece of good news that my brain can't even like register almost as good news, because I'm like, no, good things don't happen. Good things are over. But I do think it's very good news. Zoe Laura Myers says, I couldn't think of a good question, but I want to wish you a happy Pride and hope you're doing well. Love, Zoe. Oh, thank you, Zoe. You too. Adam Wright says, my wife wants to know what your favorite moisturizer is. She thinks you have very nice skin. Oh, well, moisturizers, what do I do lately? I've been using, okay. So during winter months, I like to use the Tatcha Dewy Skin Cream because it's extremely hydrating, but it feels a bit heavy in these humid summer months. So what I've been using lately is this Drunk Elephant Polypeptide Cream. There we go. But I use a lot of J Beauty skincare products because I am very conscious about my skin. Thank you, Adam. Quizoid says, as an educator, I once found myself spouting a string of profanities in my car. Though I don't typically swear in my personal life, it's the constant need to filter that pushed me towards it. If I was you, I'd be so afraid of being canceled. I'd want to just get it over with and make out with Blair White in front of a Confederate flag while wearing a MAGA hat. Even though I don't stand behind any of that thoughts. Well, I used to have a series of in-jokes with the person who used to be my assistant, where I would joke about the funniest way to end my career. and so we would come up with these funny things. Like one would just be to tweet like, I'm so lucky I get to marry my best friend at Jesse's single, and like a picture of a ring or whatever. Like, yeah, I definitely do think of ways to get canceled all the time, and I think that you're totally right that there's a kind of white bear effect with profanity or problematic jokes, for example, where the constant need to be very cautious about what you say produces a kind of contradictory compulsion to say horrible things. making out with Blair White in front of a Confederate flag, yeah, that's exactly the genre I'm talking about. Aubrey Hood says, thank you, Quizoid, for your question that comes from the exact type of perverted mind that I seem to possess as well. Audrey Hood says, hi Natalie, just wanted to say that I hope you keep streaming games. I love putting it on in the background while I have a beer and draw. Try the game The Stanley Parable. It's right up your alley with its humor and philosophy. It's also very short. I've never heard of that. Stanley Parable. That looks cool. April Payne says, hearing you say my name is a treasure. I'm glad, April Payne. Did you get a moment to check out Parlor Birds? No! I didn't. I'm sorry. I forget how this came up in the last stream. I have not checked out Parlor Birds. I'm sorry. I guess sometimes I say, I'll check that out at the end of it, during a stream, and then I forget that I said it and don't check it out. But I left the tab open this time, so I'm more likely to check it out. Thank you, April Payne. I'm glad you like me saying your name, April. Okay. Kelly Zejo says, Hermosa, so I'm reading Heretics right now by G.K. Chesterton for fun. Since I'm not like the other biologically, intellectually inferior girls, ha ha ha, anyway. So, I randomly remembered you calling the distributist Chesterton, I think. Maybe you didn't, lol. Regardless, have you read Chesterton? I'm assuming you have because I'm almost 100% sure you've mentioned him before. If so, do you like his work? What do you like about it? Sending love. Gosh, I think I read a little bit of Chesterton more than 10 years ago, but I have never read much of him, no. But I'm intrigued by his reputation, and I would like to read him because I feel like it's the kind of person I would be interested in. So you'll have to let me know what you think of him, and if you think it's worth my time. Oh my gosh, the chat's talking about fancy rats again. Always comes back to that. My Sparkle Party says, hi Natalie, I think you're so pretty. Oh, thank you. How do you feel about Ariel Scarcella leaving the left and increasingly posting more and more transphobic content? She says she's a trans ally, but I feel punched in the stomach after every time she talks about trans women. Ariel's always kind of had these opinions about trans people, as far as I can tell. I mean, I think that she's someone who has kind of a problem with trans people on some level, and also has conflicted feelings about the fact that she has a problem with trans people. And so she publicly presents this rapidly alternating, confusing series of opinions and collaborations where she'll alternate from going full-on turfy, saying full-on turfy things, and, you know, trans women, like, basically, you know, saying that trans women are men. And then collaborating with trans people and being like, I love trans people are great. So this latest turn of events, I've got to say, does not surprise me in the slightest. And yeah, I got into a Twitter fight with Ariel back in 2018 when I got mad at her for favoriting a comment that referred to trans women as lesbians in quotation marks. So I think, like, you know, I regret getting into that fight because it's totally pointless to get into Twitter fights, but I still think that, like, all this is very predictable. What I didn't predict is just how cringe it would get. I don't know if you guys have seen the picture of, what is it, We Exist? Conservative LGBT. I'm looking for that picture. There's that picture. It's on the ContraPoints subreddit. It's Ariel, Lady MAGA, and a gay guy who's a Trump supporter. It's very cringe. It's, you know, I'm just gonna Trump tweet this one. Sad! Exclamation point. Very sad gay sounds. Yeah. Also, Lady MAGA, can I just say, is the funniest thing I've ever seen. In part, I think, because I did that look a year ago, and I did it better as Jackie Jackson in the Trans Trenders video. Okay. PJ Log says, PJ Laug says, ahoy, hope you're doing well. Thank you for taking the time to answer these questions. I'm sorry if this question is a repeat. Do you have any thoughts or takes on cottagecore? My take is that cottagecore is good, actually. I don't know. I think it's a great aesthetic. I don't really do it myself, but I think that I was kind of feeling a little cottagecore. I was feeling kind of cottagecore inspired when I did that florals on florals look in the cringe video. Although it needed more, I don't know. Maybe it wasn't quite rustic enough. Let me refresh this, by the way, just to get any more questions. We're going at 4.5 hours, so my voice is about to rebel. 2 more questions. Sonia Valentine says, Bonne nuit, Natalie. I'm from... How do you pronounce French? Bonne nuit, right? Hi from Olympia, Washington. Did you see the video of Sacha Baron Cohen here yesterday doing a sing-along with 3% gun nuts? Any thoughts as a fellow satirist? I have not seen this. I think if I haven't seen anything from Sacha Baron Cohen in quite a long time. I'll play a little bit of it because we're almost at the end of the stream here, so I'm feeling a little more. Obama, what we gotta do? Inject him with the Wuhan flu. Inject him with the Wuhan flu. Let's hear it. Hillary Clinton, what we gotta do? Lock her up like we used to do. Lock her up like we used to do. Let's do that one more time. I'm gonna say it and you say it. Ready? Okay, this is the chorus. I'm gonna say 1, 2, and you're gonna say inject him with the Wuhan flu. You ready? Here we go. Obama, what we gonna do? Inject him with the Wuhan flu. Inject him with the Wuhan flu. Come on. Hillary Clinton, what we gonna do? Lock her up like we used to do. Wow, that's a lot. Last question. I find Sacha Baron Cohen hard to watch because cringe. Because it's like the painful kind of cringe, where I cringe at the situation. Like, I cringe at the awkwardness of the situations that he creates so hard that I have a hard time enjoying it. Do you know what I mean? Like, Borat's a hard movie to watch. Okay. Maragato says, Hey Natalie, I posted a question yesterday, but it seems they've been deleted. Just wanted to say thanks for the cringe behind the scenes. Far from ruining the magic, it made me appreciate the magic so much more to see the tiny space and fucking huge monitor lol you are able to use to make the magic happen. As someone slaving over a hot Premiere Pro right now, I feel your pain. Have you considered using visual cues after good or bad takes as a signal to your future editor self to make your rough cuts go quicker? No, that's an interesting thought. I've never done that, but that is an interesting idea. Also, please stop saying mean things about you. You don't look anything like a man or a Christian cosplayer, and I, for one, feel called out as having bad taste when you say shit like that. Well, I'm glad you didn't... I'm glad that you didn't feel it ruined the magic. That's good. It makes me feel better about continuing to expose my methods rather, in these reward videos. And I don't know. I don't know what to do about my self-loathing. I could just pretend to like myself in public, and then, I don't know. It wouldn't be an issue. Or I could try to actually like myself, but that's hard. Hard. Guys, I'm sleepy. I want to go to bed now. Actually, I don't want to go to bed. I want to eat food. I need to... Oh, what if I order pizza? I should order something healthier than that. Okay, I'm going to go figure out what to eat. And I thank you guys for your questions and for watching the stream. I'm sorry that I'm kind of out of it. I'm very hungry. Love you guys. Have a good night.